Are you the timekeeper this morning?
I'm not.
Oh.
Good, how are you? Oh, yes, I do. Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Good, yeah, how about you?
Oh, yeah, no, I had to be all. I saw it and yeah. You know, I dealt with this morning, I'm like,
Oh, yes. Well, yeah. The kids will take it. No, they won't. They won't get the house then. Whoever takes the dog gets the house.
Oh, man.
You get it.
I do.
I don't think I can but I get it. I'm afraid that I've got some yes. I don't want to stay here.
For a while, I did. Hey.
Good, you?
All right.
Okay. Yeah, that's what you said, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. He lives in Billings, Montana. A silver house. It's probably, you know, I mean, actually, very light. About 200 miles. It was, yeah. I don't know how much. It didn't have he said, reading about it now.
What's that? No, I just set them down there so whoever was supposed to be using them can find them. Yeah, I kept trying to push it yesterday. Good morning. We're going to get going in about 5 minutes. It's the 5-minute call. And like I said yesterday, the best seats are up front here. You can see people squirm in their seats, roll their eyes. We're going to get going if people want to find their seats. All right, we're going to get started this morning on time, 2 days in a row. I think that's a record for this conference. I'm going to be very brief this morning. I just wanted to welcome everybody back. The bathrooms and the exits are the same place they were yesterday, even if you rode the carousel bar too long last night. Just a quick safety moment. I was going to do a safety moment about some people giving me too much wine and making me walk on cobblestone streets late last night, but kind of a real life one. I just wanted to let people know that we've been notified that somebody that was in the room yesterday has tested positive for COVID. So you can make your own risk decisions based on that information. We're going to get going real quick this morning. Bill Caram, the real Bill Caram, our executive director, is going to do a quick, about a 10-minute intro, and then we'll have our keynote speaker. So if you can key up that intro video, we're good to go.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's sessions. I know my disappointment in not being there increased tremendously after seeing those wonderful conversations over the live stream that I wasn't able to be a part of. I hope you all learned something new, met someone you wouldn't have otherwise met, and saw an issue that's important to you from a new perspective. I want to first off thank some of the donors to our travel fund. As Carl mentioned yesterday, we do not accept donations from the pipeline industry or employees, individuals who work for a pipeline operator to support our operations. But what we will do is sequester those funds in a travel fund that is used solely to pay for members of the public to come to this conference. And it's why we have so many members of the public in the audience today, and really what makes this such a unique experience. So I want to thank Inga Kinder Morgan, American Gas Association, Enbridge, Mark Harrith and Blacksmith Group, and TC Energy for their generous support. Some of these operators and trade groups continued to donate through COVID, even though we weren't holding our conference, and we were able to roll those funds over and use at this year's conference. So many in the audience today for whom we've paid some or all of your travel to be here, it is most likely due to the support of these operators and trade groups. We've also been lucky enough to earn a special carve-out of funding in the PHMSA Technical Assistance Grant Program through some congressional language and a support of PHMSA. And we've used some of those funds also to pay for some public members' travel. It's this same pool of funding, of PHMSA funding, that has also allowed for the generous expansion of our staff. While we're still a tiny organization, we really can do so much more now. And this is evidenced in our expanded state website transparency review. We're able to participate in things we never have before, like the PHMSA R&D Forum, our new series, the State of Safety series, and lots of other offerings that are all intended to improve pipeline safety and improve public engagement. We also are hoping to launch a new review of state 811 programs, as well as a review of operator websites next year. I'm just thrilled with the work we're able to do right now and the team we've assembled to do it. And I'm sure you all saw that team on display yesterday and share my enthusiasm with how much they've learned so quickly. Yesterday, I mentioned when I was interviewing for this job how inspired I was by the 2019 conference. But really, the biggest inspiration I found to pursue this job was learning more about the community and the families that, in the face of this devastating tragedy, worked to form an organization that has saved lives, and a community that, out of their grief from this criminal act, would work towards such a positive thing. That was a community and an organization I wanted to be a part of, and I'm so proud to be a part of both Bellingham and the Pipeline Safety Trust. Moving to a new community where my family and I knew no one during COVID, no less, was always going to be a unique experience. But add on to that the fact that anytime someone asked me what I do for work, if they were here in Bellingham in 1999, I immediately get this intense story straight from the heart. I have met family members and classmates and friends of the boys, all kinds of people who couldn't get a hold of loved ones, and they really share with me their panic, their memories of that panic, and they share with me their grief. I've heard lots of stories of folks sitting on top of their homes, sitting on top of their cars, not knowing what was happening and just hoping and praying that their loved ones were safe. And as I traveled hither and yon this year to lots of conferences and gave presentations on corrosion, CO2 pipeline safety, accident investigations, and all kinds of other pipeline safety issues, invariably afterwards, some industry folks and regulator folks will come up and share with me how the Bellingham tragedy changed their careers and therefore changed their lives. There's not a lot of small talk with this job. I really get to these heart-to-heart conversations very quickly with people. And as I hold the reins of the Pipeline Safety Trust in this next chapter, I want to be sure that that what happened in Bellingham that day and the lives of Liam, Stephen, and Wade continued to be our moral bedrock as we work to achieve zero incidents. Remember sitting with Liam's stepdad and PST board treasurer, who you all know, Bruce. We sat in the backyard of a woman who was involved in the early days of the trust, Rebecca Johnson. Her backyard backs right up to the site of the explosion. And as we looked over this regrown forest, she shared stories of that day with us. Her kids had just kind of earned some new freedoms, being able to explore the area, and she wasn't able to get a hold of them right away, and passed on that panic. And I have kids the same age as, or similar ages to Wade and Stephen and Rebecca's children at the time. And they too have these newfound freedoms, able to explore the neighborhood parks with their friends. And I just all too easily could really feel what it must have been like for all those parents that day, and the unimaginable panic, and for some, the unimaginable grief. Another time this hit me especially hard was when Bruce shared with me a letter that Liam had written for a time capsule school project. It was this lively letter of a smart, passionate teenager just bursting with personality. And it hit me that not only did this tragedy unalterably change the lives of the family and friends left behind, but it robbed the world of three unique, wonderful humans. And it's these experiences that motivate me to work on issues like CO2 pipeline safety regulations and automatic and remote shutoff valves and class location special permits and hydrogen pipeline safety. And as we stare down this defining crisis of climate change, it's these experiences that motivate me to work towards a just and safe energy transition. Also working alongside the Pipeline Safety Trust on these issues is today's keynote speaker, Acting Administrator at PHMSA, Tristan Brown. I have so enjoyed working with Tristan the last couple of years, and his leadership at PHMSA has been truly extraordinary. He visited Satarsha, Mississippi after that CO2 pipeline failure, visited with some of the victims and the first responders. He has pushed through progressive regulations, taken on new rulemaking in absence of congressional mandates or rulemaking petitions. And that letter of Liam's that I spoke of earlier, after he came to Bellingham and met Bruce, he put on display an article about Liam and that time capsule letter, the entrance of the PHMSA offices at Department of Transportation in DC. He truly leads from the heart. A little bit more about him. Prior to PHMSA, Tristan served as legislative counsel to U.S. Senator Gary Peters, handling issues before the U.S. Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. Tristan previously practiced law at Stinson LLP as well as Van Ness Feldman LLP in their Washington, D.C. offices, focusing on regulatory, transactional, and litigation matters relating to the transportation and public utilities sectors. He also previously served as Deputy Associate Administrator for Congressional Affairs at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Prior to that, he served as an aide to U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, where he advised the senator on matters relating to energy, the environment, transportation, and Native American issues. Tristan earned a JD degree from the University of California, Berkeley School of Law, a Master's of Philosophy degree from the University of Cambridge, where he was a Gates Cambridge Scholar, and a Bachelor of Science degree from the Lee Honors College at Western Michigan University, where he was a Morris K. Udall Scholar and a member of USA Today's All-Academic Team. It is my pleasure to welcome Tristan Brown to offer today's keynote address.
Thank you so much, Bill. I know you wanted to be here, and really, it's great that you actually are here in this day and age. It feels like you're here, and so much of the work that you've done since taking over the Pipeline Safety Trust, everybody has felt. I think you did just a really. I've been in the room with you and had the privilege of working with you for the last few years, and you captured so much in that. Your brief comments there that really underscores the invaluable work of the Pipeline Safety Trust, but really the people in this room and the work that we do together. But I know a lot of thank yous have been made over the last few days, but it's really important to thank you again, Bill and Rebecca and Carl, the Pipeline Safety Trust board members. I mean, the organization that put this on. I have the privilege of meeting with, probably most of your organizations and you individually, but I've never had all of you in the same room, such a disparate group of stakeholders in the same room. And it's a real testament to the work of the Pipeline Safety Trust and the work of the people that are in this room and connecting virtually. Most of you know what PHMSA does, or at least you think you got a pretty good idea of what we do. But the volume of work that we do and the breadth of work we do has changed a lot in the last few months, or has begun to change in the last few months. Certainly changed in the last 2 years. And there's a whole nother side of the agency that you probably have a little bit less insights into. We oversee the safe design, operation, maintenance of nearly 3.3 million miles of pipelines, oil, gas, other hazardous materials pipelines, including hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and other emerging fuels, along with our state partners. But we also oversee the transportation of nearly 1 in 10 goods that move in the United States. That's everything from nuclear waste to whipped cream cans to electric vehicle batteries. A lot of the products that move via pipeline also move via truck, via train, via vessel, and we regulate that side of transportation as well. And what I wanted to do was just share a little bit about where I come from and how I approach this role for those who I just haven't had the privilege of getting to know. Then talk about a little bit about what we've accomplished together at the agency, but really hardly anything we do alone. We do it with our state partners. We do it with the public interest stakeholders and with the regulated community. And then talk about some of the challenges we face, and there are many, really so that you understand how we make decisions and you can better help us make the most informed and wise decisions, particularly if you have a better understanding of the challenges that we face. Bill just appreciated that brief introduction. You mentioned I worked for Senators Gary Peters and Amy Klobuchar, as well as Gina McCarthy at the Environmental Protection Agency. But in those roles, I worked on things like the 737 MAX failures, the Deepwater Horizon failure in the Gulf, the Flint water crisis. In each of those, there were fatalities, and those talking to victims, being on the ground and hearing firsthand the impacts when we get things wrong as a government regulator, informs at the most basic level everything, the approach that I take, but the approach that I think everybody should take. And that's why my first official visit was to Bellingham, Washington, to meet with Bruce and to meet with the Pipeline Safety Trust and learn about how this organization was created and really how PHMSA transformed into the agency that it was, into the agency that it is now. Since then, I've traveled to my once hometown, Kalamazoo, Michigan, site of a significant incident in 2010, and as Bill mentioned, to Satarsha, Mississippi. There's a lot of lessons learned in each of those incidents, and I'm glad to talk about them. I'm going to try to be brief. I've lived in Washington long enough where people talk at you and not necessarily about what you want to hear. So I do want to get to any questions you have or things you want to talk about. But I did just want to get into a little bit of what we've done in the last couple of years. We've had what amounts to the most significant, the busiest, the highest impact enforcement few years on record. We've had our busiest in terms of significant rulemakings, busiest on record. I haven't, it's kind of tough to gauge on the litigation side, but the types of litigation and the new challenges that we've faced have been among the most significant. I'm trying to imagine a more significant era of litigation and challenges to the work we do. And we've managed to actually increase, finalize 3 rules that were 12 years in the making, updating definitions that were 50 years old, that ultimately allow us finally to regulate gas gathering lines, which were intended to be regulated in the 2000s when they really started to proliferate. But because of the challenges and obstacles and the process involved in proposing and finalizing rulemaking, and in our case, review by our advisory committees, and thanks for those in the room who've served on those or are serving. But the finalizing of those rulemakings was, as most people probably know, was no small task. We face a number of new challenges, and I want to just preview that the reason I'm sharing them is not to take away from a hopeful, what I hope is a hopeful conference and a constructive conference. But as I said, I want you to have a firm understanding of how we make decisions. And so we've got a number of upcoming rulemakings that many of you are aware of from the 2020 Pipes Act, our methane leak detection repair rule, our gas distribution rule. We've got a number of rules both on the pipeline side and on the hazardous materials side related to liquefied natural gas. We've got a class location rule. We have initiated rulemakings on carbon dioxide, and we're working on what we can do too on the hydrogen side of things. That's an ambitious list, especially when you compare to what we've done in the past and what the agency's done in the past. And it's what I wanted to start off with, just flagging the sort of immediate items before us, because we really need your help and support in finding and moving the ball forward as much as possible on all of those issues. And as I noted, we have to do that in navigating legal hurdles. When I got to the agency, I was thinking, all right, what are all the things we're going to do? I want to do all of the things. And when you have 3.3 million miles of pipelines, 1 in 10 goods that you regulate, and you do it, on a budget of roughly $300 million and fewer than 600 full-time employees. We've actually seen fewer, we've actually lost a few employees. We've retired over the years during the pandemic, lost employees. We're actually doing, as we get into this, all of this work with actually fewer employees. And many of you may be in the same boat. I mean, Bill mentioned, how much the trust has done with a very few number of employees. But that's a little context going in. We had a cybersecurity incident, which some of you may have heard about in 2021. The largest pipeline system in our country voluntarily shut down, but it also limited access to 70 million Americans and prompted the national security apparatus to do what it could to try to mitigate the impact to Americans. And our agency, of course, does not directly deal with cybersecurity, but of course we deal with the operations of the pipeline system, and particularly in getting a large system like that back up and running safely in a way that didn't continue the system being down for an extended period of time. IT, for somebody I wouldn't describe myself as an IT person. Before this role, I sort of had this notion that, the government IT agencies work on IT and the IT people work on IT. But I certainly have a different perspective now, which is that every one of us is on the forefront of cybersecurity. From bottom to top of every single entity in the country, we are all on the forefront of cybersecurity. Even an agency that doesn't have direct jurisdiction. We had a little anecdote, but we had voluntarily offered to engage with our regulated community on cybersecurity issues prior to the Colonial incident, and a lot of the regulated community, about half, declined to engage with us in discussing their cybersecurity measures. After the Colonial Pipeline incident, we've not had a single regulated entity decline to discuss cybersecurity issues. But that is a new area where we don't necessarily have a lot of expertise. Congress has not tasked us with doing this work. We know that we have to take on that responsibility because of incidents like the Colonial Pipeline shutdown. On the technical front, I know it's been discussed in the last few days, but geohazard risk, excavation damages have and continue to be a major threat to pipelines. We're reviewing pipeline impact radii. There are myriad safety and environmental challenges, underground storage, LNG facilities. These are not, any one of these are pretty significant to try to tackle. We are trying to tackle them, but I'm so grateful that we are not doing it alone. These are big challenges that really require a unified and collaborative approach to solving. And I know it's a lot of the folks in this room that are helping do that. Workforce issues, I mentioned workforce issues. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but if you work at an entity that has not had workforce issues in the last few years, raise your hand, and I can see there are no hands raised. But as a federal agency, we've had to navigate working, largely virtually through the pandemic, and a far, far, far more competitive job market currently and over the last few years. But also, and I think not everybody in the federal government, let's just say, but really in the economy has realized uh, there are different generations of people that value different things. And in talking to a lot of our new hires and the younger generation, there's value in being in person, but there's a big value in making a difference in the work people do. And that's certainly true for other generations as well. But as we sort of forge our sort of workforce path forward, we have to, in order to attract and retain talent, we don't just have to have an attractive, benefits package. We don't just have to have an attractive place to work. We have to also make sure people are feeling that they have an impact in the work they do. And that's just what the data shows. Some of those things can be very difficult. They can be, I don't want to say mutually exclusive, but in competition. And you may have experienced that. We are definitely experienced that when you are limited in what benefits you can offer by statute, and you're limited in the flexibilities you can afford employees. You start getting down to a narrow avenue to attract and retain talent. Then you have questions of impact, and can you have an impact working as a regulator? And do you want to be? One thing we're trying to brand is we're a climate agency. We are helping solve the climate crisis. And in fact, anecdotally, but our new hires, whether it's some of our new engineers on the hazardous materials side or new lawyers, I said, how did you come to work for the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration? And in an anecdotal sample of a half dozen people, and individually without prompting, everybody said, I want to make a difference. I want to have an impact on the environment. And this seems like a place to do that. And I not capturing the full breadth of challenges in the workforce at our agency, but the challenges the workforce extend, in the public interest sector. I mean, obviously, we've got a talented group of people that help inform the work we do, but we need to attract people that want to engage on highly technical issues and help us do the important work we do and the big challenging work that we do. In the regulated community, there's not a single operator that I've talked to, and it's a question I always ask, but about workforce, how do you attract and retain good people? We had some great discussions yesterday with some of our friends in the labor community, about how to do that, right? How do you attract people that want to make a difference, a good living, and ensure that we protect against terrible safety outcomes and environmental damage. That is a problem that we have to consider as the regulator, and I hope everybody in here considers as a challenge. If we don't have people to do the work, the enforce the regulations and update, make repairs, make upgrades to our infrastructure, then it is very difficult to have a country. The state programs, I mentioned our role being oversight of 3.3 million miles. A large bulk of that is our friends and partners at the state level, and they face all of these challenges and probably a bunch more. Mary's in here, and you may have heard some of the challenges that our state partners experience, but they are myriad. I'd give some remarks at the Energy Bar Association and to some of the leadership in the regulated community in the last few months, and I've touched on a lot of these items as well. The other thing I noted is that the regulated community faces some of these challenges as well. And I think it's an important, it's things that we, get raised in some of our rulemaking petitions, but also in trying to figure out how to craft rules that work, how to figure out how to craft rules that work before there's a failure, not dealing with problems after there's a failure. And I think it's good to have conferences like this to suss out what are the barriers from the regulated entity's perspective to achieving what we want to be achieved as in terms of safety outcomes and environmental outcomes. So one of the ways to engage, the RP 1185 working group and public engagement, and I'm seeing so many faces that have been involved in months and months and months and months of discussions to establish a new standard for public engagement. And I know the Pipeline Safety Trust has been integral in those discussions, and just hats off to you. I think when you look at some of the items that I discussed, some of these big picture challenges, they are not challenges that will be successfully overcome, optimally overcome by any one entity. And the engagement and collaboration between disparate entities is really essential. And one thing I'm confident of, and I mentioned at the top some of the people I've worked for. The people I didn't mention are President Biden and Secretary Buttigieg, but everyone, Gina McCarthy, Gary Peters, Amy Klobuchar, they're all people that are very good at finding common ground and focusing on that to make progress. And I know people in this room are focused on that. There was a great anecdote yesterday from one of our friends in the labor community that said, I had a 10-minute conversation with somebody that I didn't feel like I really agreed with a lot of what was discussed. But even if that's the only conversation I have, throughout this conference, it will have been worth, engaging, learning, and having these discussions. So I told you I wanted to kind of be brief so I could hear from what you want to talk about. I've got more I can talk at you about, but I'd really like to just hear from folks in the room what's on your mind and what questions you have. And Beth's got a microphone. And
pipelines is really a concern from the public. This is my second conference this week, and from what I'm hearing from landowners and communities is this is what they're really, really worried about. And looking at the we've been talking about the regulations and the standards for pipelines and the lack of siting control and process that we're really concerned about that. And what I've been hearing, what we've been talking about as public stakeholders, is we really encourage the agency to look hard at this and fast and try and get something out there to provide standards and regulations for these unregulated CO2 pipelines that are going in the ground before we have, we talked about yesterday, what could be a mass casualty incident. Let's get let's get rules out there before we're forced to.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. If you have anybody in the room has, first of all, does anyone disagree with that? I think the good thing is I don't think anybody disagrees. We do need to strengthen rules on the books. We need to do it as soon as possible. And if you have suggestions specifically, we want to hear them. We have been working on them. We've engaged across the board. I think it was noted. I went down to Starcia. There were we have rules on the books. We've also had these pipelines around for a long time, but not many. And the failures that occurred, they're preventable. There's 5 significant sort of things that failed, all of which were preventable. And so that's getting back to, we can write a good rule or standard, but how do we make sure it is adhered to? And the answer can't just be a fine after the fact, right? We need something that is foolproof. And so I think from there's certainly in that incident, geohazards, and we welcome. I know, I'm sure you've been invited many times, but I'll do it again, that we're having a public forum on some of these big, difficult technical issues such as geohazards. I see folks from the marathon team here. They've experienced and shared, made sure to share their lessons learned from the incident they had last year. That was a root cause of the big incident. I think prompted so much of the fear and with good reason. So I think we're addressing that, but there's also emergency planning and response. When you have an incident and you don't tell anyone, essentially for over an hour, that's completely unacceptable. But can we also get past having one individual, one entity be responsible for telling folks? Can we get to a system that is more foolproof in the form of getting information to people that need it, essentially instantly? And the answer is, I think we can. I mean, we do. And in fact, many sectors of the economy have figured out how to instantly alert people of information. So thank you for raising the question. We are focusing, among our many things that I talked about, that is at the top of the list.
Tristan, you had mentioned that PHMSA is a climate organization and
Climate agency.
okay,
Yeah.
Climate agency.
Yeah.
Historically, PHMSA's focus has been primarily on driving pipeline safety. And so I'm just wondering, as the focus shifts more to climate, do you have any concern on diluting the whole focus on safety as we focus more on climate?
Important question. So we're the pipeline and hazardous materials industry. We actually don't regulate pipelines that don't have hazardous materials in them. But a lot of them that do have climate warming hazardous materials in them. And on the hazardous materials side, on the other side of the agency, when you're moving these products by truck, train, plane, it's similar. On the safety front, it's very difficult to remove safety and environmental impact on the pipeline side. You have a release of a product, there's a climate impact, large or small, but you're having an impact. And so, when I say we're a climate agency, we've been a climate agency, just nobody's talked about it. In fact, for a few years, you weren't allowed to talk about it. But, a lot of the regulated community wasn't talking about climate change, but some of the things the regulated community has done has moved the ball forward in reducing climate impact. So, you can choose to talk about it or not talk about it. It's not shifting our resources necessarily, but they're inextricably linked. Focusing on carbon dioxide, if we can there's great potential, and the Congress recognized this in enacting incentives. If you can be successful in sequestering carbon, if you can, there's great potential to reduce climate warming effect. So our role is pretty narrow. We don't, to earlier comment, I mean, we don't deal on the siting side of things. We do have a narrow focus of safety. Congress emphasized in the last Pipes Act an additional focus on environmental mitigation. That's, keeping product in the pipe, particularly with respect to methane. But, you even talk to maybe some folks in this room would be good people to talk to about it. But we've seen record exports of refined products, of LNG. And one thing, some of the bigger exporters have said is relative to some other producers in the world, we can get more money for our product because we have associated reduced emissions relative to, say, another global producer. That's not saying a particular entity is the best or can improve, but there's a monetary value, for example, in addressing climate impact. So there's a long answer to a question of are we pulling resources away from safety to deal with climate change? We're not pulling resources away. They're inextricably linked, whether we talk about it or we don't talk about it. But we're going to talk about it because our employees will tell you they're proud of the work they do to help address the climate crisis. And so we'll keep talking about it. And I think that's helping us recruit we've recruited some top-notch people because of it. And it's interesting because I've asked, and I think some of the operators in this room, leadership, how are you recruiting PhDs? It's actually tough to find PhDs that don't believe the climate is warming and that humans are causing it. And they say, well, we talk about our transition and the role that people can play in doing that. So I think I would encourage everybody to be thinking about your role in contributing to climate solutions. I think a lot about that from our labor community, the people who actually do the work that we all discuss in this room. And, they're solving one of the biggest challenges that humanity faces. They're actually doing the work on the ground. We set, standards and rules, and we talk about how it should be done, but those are the folks that are actually doing it. So, and people should be proud about that. I'm proud of them.
Looks like we have time for one more question. And guess who?
All right, now I feel like I filibustered. If there's only one more question, I'm sticking around so you can ask your question, directly, and really want to be here engaging with folks. So go ahead.
So my last question is, you just mentioned the Pipes Act, and I know next year, 2023, Congress is going to start talking reauthorization again. You guys tend to get dinged with lots of mandates, but I was wondering if you have plans for asking Congress for things this year to address some of the shortfalls that we've been hearing about.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. And just put in a little perspective, we had, I think it's about 33 mandates in the 2020 Pipes Act. Last year, we got a little bump in resources for one of those new mandates, and that's on the hiring side for engineers and inspectors. But most of those others, there was not a commensurate change in resources to address. And so the answer is yes. We, are extremely forthright in about the notion, and it's just worth noting, the Inflation Reduction Act was enacted, just a few months ago. Creates a huge new incentive to build out infrastructure as soon as possible, because you only can take advantage of some of the incentives when you're producing, products. And so there's not a commensurate change in resources for oversight entities like us. And I don't think that was intentional. I've, talked to folks on, both sides of the aisle and throughout the administration. And I think there's an acknowledgement that we need to make sure there's requisite resources for, adequate oversight of new emerging fuels, particularly ones that we're incentivizing as a government. So I do hope that's an important part of the reauth discussions. And I think there's a growing understanding that we do not have unlimited ability to instantly produce new rulemakings and meet the other mandates. it's actually painstaking work that we're able to do with our very lean team, and so really with the help of everybody in the room. Almost everything we do, we seek public comment before, during, after, and it ensures that when we don't get things right, we get them a little bit less wrong because of you. And so, good question. We've actually been creating a list. I said anybody who has an idea, we should put it on our list and share it with our members of Congress that are going to be working on the reauth. And no idea is too crazy, but let's capture the ideas as we come up with them, and we welcome any of you to share your ideas with us. Certainly encourage you to share with your elected representatives, and let's make sure our next reauthorization lets us get tackle together the challenges we discussed today and the ones that you think merit more focus. So I'm going to stick around after for the next probably few hours, I hope. So glad to engage with any of you one-on-one. And if we miss you here, come visit us in Washington, come visit us in our regional offices, and just keep up the great work, everybody in the room and online. Thanks, everybody.
Great. Thank you, Tristan. That was wonderful. We're going to move right to the next sessions. In this room, we're going to have a kind of a ask the operator session about integrity management. So those folks can come up, and then down in the other room, we're going to have a session on the future of pipeline approvals at FERC. I don't care. There's room for everybody on one side. Might be more comfortable, couple on each side. We lost Dave Hart.
I know.
Yeah.
All right, we'll leave a space for that.
Yeah. We can assign him duties. Is it Rich or Rick?
Rick.
Okay.
But I answer to a lot.
Yeah, that's the way I am too. Call me. And I've been warned that these mics are live, so don't. I get myself in trouble on live mics all the time. I'm not sure we've actually ever met.
I mean, we talk
all the time.
It's good to see you. Something unique. I think I'm coming to this. Actually, when I was with them, I think this is a great session.
Yeah.
So, because shut down in March.
For a couple of years. All right, we want to get going if people can find some seats. I'm just going to briefly tell you who's on the panel today, and I'm going to run through some slides to try to generate a couple of questions, but we really want to open this up to the audience as much as possible. We have a bunch of experts from a variety of different pipelines up here, and they're willing to answer any questions at all. We kind of want to keep it focused on integrity management and operations and why things go bad and why they don't. But we really want you to ask the questions you want to ask of these people. I'll try to set it up a little bit. I mean, Andy Drake, I've worked with Andy for years now. He's the Vice President of Asset Integrity and Technical Services for Enbridge. Ben Kochman is the Director of Pipeline Safety Policy for INGA, tend to be the big natural gas pipelines. Stephanie Wilson is the VP of Logistics and Engineering for Phillips 66, and actually she was in Bellingham not too long ago because she's also the chair of the Performance Excellence Team for the liquid side of the industry. And Rick Lahn is the Director of Compliance and Pipeline Risk Management for the Southern company gas, which includes Atlantic Gas and Light and others. Yeah. And we're going to give each of these people just a second to talk, introduce themselves a little more. But first, I'm going to try to run through some stuff and start setting up the conversation. What we really want to talk about is things associated with the integrity and the safety of pipelines, integrity management. People wonder what integrity management is. It certainly varies depending whether you're a big gas pipeline, a liquid pipeline, or a distribution company. And I think they'll parse what those differences are, how often you have to assess and what your emphasis is. But this kind of gives the Plan, Do, Check Act that's built into all kinds of different industry things now. What integrity management is, you have to know what type of pipe you have in the ground. You have to understand that. You have to understand the risks to that pipe. You have to assess the pipe and those risks. And then you continually do that as things improve, and mitigate those risks either by, checking the pipe when you run a smart pig through it and then fixing things, or it's a continual process. And certainly they'll talk more about that. One of the things, there's some good news and there's some bad news when you look at the data. This is we always say we're trying to get to zero incidents, and we haven't got quite there now, and we could have a whole session on a discussion of whether we ever can, but this is serious incidents. These are ones that put somebody in the hospital or kill somebody. And you can see that's pretty good news. For the gas pipelines, it's really low. For the big pipelines, it's really low, and for gas distribution, it's on a downward curve. Gas distribution tends to have more of those incidents because gas distribution pipes are where we live everywhere, and there's way more miles of them. Significant incidents is a little bit different story because significant incidents are ones that cause, deaths, injuries, major property damage, or big leaks. And, for the gas side of the industry, those two bottom lines, they've been kind of stable. It kind of goes up and down depending on what part of the graph you look at. For the liquid industry, it's tending to go up, although if you look at the last 5 years, it's trended down. So maybe that's a good information too. The problem when you look at graphs like this, integrity management only applies to certain portions of your pipeline. And those portions are supposed to be getting a whole lot more attention than the other parts of your pipeline. And if you're giving those portions of your pipeline so much more attention, why are some of these graphs going up or not moving very much at all? It would seem like integrity management ought to be driving these in the other direction. This is the significant incident rate of the pipelines that are in high consequence areas. So these are really the ones that are under integrity management. This is for gas transmission pipelines. The black line is a line that shows the pipelines that aren't under integrity management. They don't get all that special extra care, although you can talk about that too, because some companies treat everything about the same. And the green line are the ones that are. And you can see that the ones that are getting this extra special attention haven't progressed much more. And depending on the year, it could even be worse than the ones that aren't getting the attention. Here's the same thing for hazardous liquid pipelines. And this one's even more divergent because the trend line is going down for the pipelines that supposedly aren't getting special attention, but it's tended up for the ones that are getting the attention. I mean, the public could look at this graph and think, oh God, integrity management's making things worse. And finally, this is just the causes when you rope all the different type pipelines together, because it really varies. And Rick's going to talk about this a little bit about the difference between distribution and transmission of how this works. So this just shows that, for certain types of pipeline, materials and equipment, corrosion, those types of things are really high. And things like that, especially corrosion, is one of those things that integrity management is really supposed to be focused at. So if you look at that green line, if you can parse it out for corrosion, it's actually trending up slightly versus some of the other ones. And that's really the one that's a time-dependent thing that integrity management focuses on, along with a lot of these other things. I think that was all I was going to do. I was going to give each person like 2 or 3 minutes just to tell us a little bit about who you are, how you fit into integrity management, and what questions you feel comfortable answering this morning. So you want to start off, Andy?
My name's Andy Drake. I'm Vice President of Asset Integrity for Enbridge. We have about 20,000 miles of large diameter gas transmission pipe in the U.S. and Canada. I have been in integrity management most of my career. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Texas. I'm an ASME fellow, and I've been chair of the ASME committees that founded some of the documents that were basically the framework for the integrity management standards. I think it was a great place to come together. We were laughing about tough questions. I think throw any question you've got at us. I really mean that. I think it really is a test of the relationship that we have with one another. If we're not going to talk about the tough things, then why are we here?
Ben?
Thanks, Carl. My name is Ben Kochman. I'm Inga's Director of Pipeline Safety Policy. I have a little bit atypical background for this position, as I am not an engineer. Prior to serving with Inga, I ran the Office of Governmental, International, and Public Affairs at PHMSA. So it's nice to see some friendly faces here and my replacement. Prior to being at PHMSA, I did congressional affairs for former Secretary of Transportation Elaine Chao. And then prior to that, I worked on Capitol Hill for about 8 years in both the House and Senate in a variety of different policy positions. As far as my connection to this, Inga represents about 26 member companies, Andy being one of them, and ironically also Rick, but on the transmission side. And I'm in charge with doing the safety advocacy with PHMSA for the trade association. So really appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you. I've found the panels immensely helpful in learning more of your issues, and I appreciate the collaboration that Inga has had with Pipeline Safety Trust for many, many years.
Stephanie?
Yeah, Stephanie Wilson. Can you hear me?
I don't know. Push it, see if it turns green.
Check, check, check.
You want to bring us one of the handheld? Oh, that one's working. I think we're live.
There, maybe I'll just bring it a little closer. Better? Okay. Stephanie Wilson, the Manager of Engineering and Logistics for Phillips 66, Vice President of Phillips 66 Pipelines. And so within my periphery, I have asset integrity. I've been involved with asset integrity for about 4 years, as well as the control center. So I know that we've been prompted on possibly getting some leak detection questions as well. So I do have the control room in the leak detection area. I'm also, as noted, the lead of the Performance Excellence Team for a joint LIPA and API committee on the liquid side. So Phillips 66 does operate about 13,000 miles of pipelines, liquids, and we own and have ownership interest in about 20,000 miles of pipeline. But a little bit about the Performance Excellence Team is that it is a joint team between LIPA and API of the owner companies that participate in those organizations, and we come together and we put out a 3-year strategic plan, which are the industry's priorities on how to advance safety, evaluate where we are. So certainly the slides seen are slides that we review quite frequently within those committees on how we can get better. And we are coming up on the end of a 3-year cycle, which will end in this year in 2022, and are actively working to get our plan out for the 2023 through 2025 cycle as well. And you can see the results and progress that we communicate and we make every year in an annual report available through the API and the LIPA organizations.
Rick?
Okay. My name is Rick Lawn. I am the Director of Compliance and Pipeline Risk Management for Southern Company Gas. If you wonder what Southern Company Gas is, there you see it on the screen. It's 4 local distribution companies spread around the nation. Atlanta Gas Light in Georgia, Nicor Gas in Illinois, Virginia Natural in the Tidewater area of Virginia, and Chattanooga Gas in Tennessee. Put all together, the corporation has 4.2 million customers, so we're right there at the top as one of the largest operators in the nation. On the LDC side, 74,000 miles of distribution main, about 74,000 miles of service footage to go with it, and 2,400 miles of transmission tucked within those distribution systems for the most part. My career is over 37 years with the company. Started as an engineer out of Georgia Tech and have done through operations, engineering, compliance, ran dispatch, corrosion, a little bit of everything. Now I deal with the regulatory compliance side. So that's the corporation. That's kind of my background. I'm here as your DIMP representative today. I figured this slide would have value because DIMP and TIMP are really 2 different animals, Carl, and that Transmission integrity is focused on the big pipelines at the higher pressures. Distribution integrity is completely everything else. It's so out of our 160,000 miles of pipe, all but 2,400 miles of it lives in this DIMP bucket. So it's different. It doesn't have high consequence areas and moderate consequence areas. All of our pipe that's in the DIMP program is all of our pipe, if that makes sense. Since it runs through our neighborhoods, it is, I mean, everything's high consequence because, you know, it runs right up to everybody's house. The Plan, Do, Check Act that was on the previous slide, this is the DIMP version of that. It's a simpler version, but key of it is know your system. Right? And I got to give a lot of credit to PHMSA for this. This regulation is completely different from transmission integrity for a lot of good reasons. But that's what it is. If you're going to call it DIMP, it's know your system and learn from it. So we'll obviously get more into questions. Why is it different? I think this slide, when I first saw it, pulled together by one of my folks, tells exactly why we have two different regulatory approaches to this. If you look, the blue is a breakout of incidents for distribution and green for transmission for the nation. And so different threats to different systems, right? Transmission pipelines tend to be on dedicated right-of-ways, so you see different things that impact it, like corrosion and equipment failure. Those are the highest ones for them. For the distribution pipelines, the ones that are in the city streets, guess what? Excavation damage is right at the top. Other outside force, that's cars, trucks hitting meter sets, things like that. Different threats, and so different approaches for different threats. And then this is the last slide. Kind of to align with what I think Carl showed earlier, that distribution integrity incidents have been going down. This is the national data on excavation damages, and that trend line is very similar to what you saw on the DIMP incidents going down, and aligns with the previous slide. Excavation damage is certainly the biggest threat we see on the distribution integrity side. People digging around the pipes. So.
Great, thanks. Let me back up to one of my slides and see if I can put anybody on the spot. In 2015, the National Transportation Safety Board actually did a study of integrity management, and one of the findings of their study stated that there is no evidence that the overall occurrence of gas transmission pipeline incidents in HCAs has declined. And they went on to say that it looks like for hazardous liquids, the incident rate's actually going up in high consequence areas. There's the gas transmission, fairly stable, but it hasn't been going down. Liquids seems to be doing something else other than maybe the last 5 years is good news. So when you see these, how do you explain this stuff? Andy, you want to take a crack at it?
Sure. First of all, I don't think integrity management is causing an increase in the incident rate, but I think it's really we're down in a good place where the frequency of incidents, significant incidents, is low, and the causes are varied. It's not like we're having a corrosion problem. You saw the statistics spread out. I think the key here is drill into the data and ask the 5 whys. Why? Why is this happening? And I think that's so fundamentally tied to the Plan, Do, Check, Act cycle. And I know that might sound sort of esoteric, but when you look at it, it's really about take the data, drill into the data, break it down, and really ask hard questions about why is this happening? What is it that's causing it? What are the biggest causes? And then develop a plan to do something about it. Then check your performance, is what we're doing right now. Okay, it doesn't seem to make sense. What's happening here? Adjust your plan and go again. And I think that iteration is intended to create a virtuous cycle, not an insanity do loop, where we keep doing something and nothing's happening. It's a virtuous cycle to continue to escalate, and improve our performance. And I think that we started off, if you remember, third-party damage. The first set of data that we had was the leading cause of incidents was third-party damage. We set this infrastructure and these processes and systems around digesting that data and looking at it. We put a lot of energy into 811. We put a lot of energy into the damage prevention programs, and we've seen those numbers come down. Awareness has gone up. The numbers are coming down. Next biggest block of effort was corrosion. We put a lot of energy into making pipes piggable, developing MFF technologies, getting more consistent in how we validated the logs and dug up the anomalies and repaired and remediated. Okay, we're not seeing that number drop down, but I think that's telling us something that's important. That where would the number be if we weren't doing these things would be, I think, frightening. And it is an ongoing, never-ending challenge, I think, is really the quest here. So, we talked a little bit ago, okay, what was after corrosion? Well, it was cracking. What was after cracking? Well, now you're starting to hear things like land movement issues. Okay, well, when you look at the data, those are now starting to become the next big deal. And I think it's just a constant effort to continually drive energy into those things and continue to look for the opportunities to advance the state of the state, whether that's tool development, technologies, or just straight up programs. I mean, quite frankly, on geohazards, the geohazard issue that's in the eastern side of the United States in particular is a very different mechanic than what's in the western side of the mechanic. It's creep. The pipe moves an inch or two a year over a long period of time. You can't see it with your eyes. So if you bring your eyes, you're bringing a hammer to a screw. You're not going to pick that up. There also is not a definitive industry standard on how to manage geohazards that creep. Okay. Well, we just sponsored a geohazard JIP among all the industry, trying to figure out what is the best standard of care to address that threat. Then that will be put forth to PHMSA as a recommendation for a potential regulation, which helps improve the standard of care. And I think it's just that iterative cycle. So I try not to get too distracted with we're not moving it down. I think we're in a good part of the curve, but we got to keep that focus and that effort going.
Thanks. How about you, Stephanie? The performance excellence teams looks at something like this. What does that make you think?
Yeah, it is certainly, I think everyone in this room will agree that that's not where we want to be and that we are going to continue to improve and get better through the Plan, Do, Check, Act and process that Andy described through continuous learning. We have come a long way in our continuous learning, as Andy had mentioned, in terms of the development of first thing corrosion and then cracks, and we continually improve and push those things. I would like to offer a few other data points and insight into this graph, and that we do track the three primary data points that PHMSA also tracks in terms of the serious and the significant incidents. And one of the data points that is missing from this slide set are the incidents impacting the public and an environment. So another point of view and another piece of data on the significant incidents rates is significant incidents can be on property or off property. And there is a dollar threshold that will trigger it to be a significant incident, a dollar threshold to the operator. But it doesn't necessarily accurately reflect the consequence as maybe an incident impacting the public and the environment do, where things, criteria like contamination of soil and items like that go into that calculation. So if you break those down and you look at the significant incidents, because you always ask why, right? What is the root cause? Because you've got to know the root cause. We want to move this. We have moved it. We want to continue to move it. So what's the towards zero? What's the root cause? And so we look at this in terms of tanks, facilities, and pipeline right away, because the significant incident category will capture all three of those very different environments for the regulated assets. There is a trend upwards, especially until the last 5 years on tanks and facilities, things that are on the operator's property. And, that's disappointing. And we need to continue to push those down to zero. If you look at the significant incidents on the pipeline right away, that is actually showing a downward trend over the same time period. So the most serious incidents that are on the right away, as well as the incidents impacting the public and environment, have shown a downward trend. And of course, we're both at the same time proud and humbled by the continual fact that we've got to get better and reach zero.
Great. Rick, just a quick question for you, because DIMP is so much, distribution integrity management is so much different, because basically everything's a high consequence area.
Yes.
One of the things that seems to have kind of shifted in the last few years is there was a lot of emphasis. What do you want us to replace pipes, or do you want us to fix all these little leaks? We can't do both. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, sure. All right. integrity rule was written the way it was as a flexible performance-based one. It's because just are mostly cast iron. And so I think where I'd go with this, Carl, is I don't think we're past the period of infrastructure. I think that's your first priority. But as you get your infrastructure up to date, now getting leaks repaired is much easier for that operator. I'll use us as an example. In the last 20 years, we've reduced our leak backlog by 75% in the last 3 years. So you can get there. You can. It's going to take a lot of effort. And some people are starting
For significant incidents and incidents affecting people in the environment, which is a category that I like, and we help come up with that. But one of the things people need to understand is that not all pipelines report things the same. To some degree, the incident reporting favors natural gas versus hazardous liquids, because like hazardous liquid have to import any incident that includes a fire or an explosion. Natural gas doesn't. It's not considered significant. I mean, it's not reported. There's different thresholds for spills. It's 5 gallons is reported for hazardous liquids, but it's 3 million cubic feet. Is that right? 3 million for hazardous liquids. So that's not even close to the same. So hazardous liquids report way more incidents than natural gas. Why is that? Why does a fire or an explosion on a natural gas pipeline not an incident and it is on a hazardous liquid?
I could start with this. So I appreciate the question. I think I would disagree that the gas transmission lines don't get caught up in the incident reporting data. My understanding is that there's a $122,000 threshold that needs to be reported. So when that happens, if a pipe has an incident that ruptures and you're going to go fix that, it's kind of hard to dig up that pipe, replace it, and have that not meet the $122,000 threshold. So by that metric, I would say most of the incidents are actually reportable under the PHMSA regulations.
So a different metric catches them versus the spill quantity or something.
Correct.
Damage.
Correct.
I think that there's a duality, and it's probably a growing event for us here in the gas side, frankly. I mean, part of the issue, I think, on liquids is that primary consequence is environmental, and that can be caused by leaks. So you've got a very tight threshold to try to catch leaks. In the gas side, you're I think, managing in two different buckets, if you will. You've got safety issues, the traditional pipeline safety issues, incidents, failures, ruptures. Any incident rupture is going to trigger that threshold. I mean, you can see that. You're clearly going to go over that criteria in a rupture. Gas transmission pipes typically don't leak. That's a different, and the way that the industry historically, and I mean historically back 40 years, 50 years ago, methane was thought to be more benign. So if there was a question between safety and the environment, it was, okay, the easiest thing to do is blow the pipe down, discharge the gas. As long as it's it's lighter than air, it's going to dissipate into the atmosphere. That's not the problem. Now we're starting to track leaks, but who's tracking them? EPA, we report leaks to a very different threshold to the EPA. And so you've kind of got safety triggers, which is a set of thresholds. And then you've got leak discharges, which is a very different animal in the gas. And I think you're starting to get a sense of collecting that data now. But I think you're going to converge those thoughts and manage it. And I think, you heard Tristan talk about that. We're going to put more emphasis on the gas side about the environmental impact of methane, which I think is a whole paradigm shift in the thinking too. So the data is there. It's just in different buckets.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was kind of wondering about that. I mean, hazardous liquids have to report 5 gallons spilled, because people understand that 5 gallons of crude oil into a creek, that was a problem. And natural gas has been treated more as a safety thing. 3 million cubic feet up into the air didn't seem like a big problem. But in the last 10 years, as we understand methane better, that's a lot of gas going into the atmosphere. Should the atmosphere be treated as a high consequence area? Should, instead of 7% of your pipelines being in high consequence areas, should the whole system be, because it's going up into the atmosphere?
That's an interesting question. I'm going to answer it yes. I think not in the context of a high consequence area, but I think it should be a focus area, an intentional focus area. And I think it is growing to be just that. I think the environmental issue is becoming its own focus area for natural gas. And it's a huge growth opportunity. And I think that's why I want to point out, as Ben said, the safety issues, okay, we've got this 3 million threshold that reports incidents. Now you're wrestling with a new social value, a new constraint. We want to try to track the environmental effects on gas. It's not benign, and we need to change the way we think. So blowing down the pipe every time anything happens isn't a free move on the board. We got to think about that. It's safe, but that's not zero sum. How do we try to pick that up? So I think it is becoming a focus area, whether you want to call it a high consequence area or not. It is becoming a focus area. And I think we're now just starting to gather the data about what are the causes, which is back to your plan, do, check, act. Fuel that plan with thoughtfulness. What is the cause of these releases? And we're starting to see things, that are managed by EPA, like slipstream emissions on turbines. Okay, that's not a traditional safety thing. That's an emissions thing for units that are regulated by a different agency. Okay, well, it's not that it's not being managed, it's being managed by somebody else. So how do we fit the puzzle together and use all this information? I think is really where we are right now.
Yeah, can I just add here?
Sure.
I think there needs to be a recognition of planned releases and unplanned releases. So on the planned release side, INGA members are working very, very hard to try and minimize that methane vent to the atmosphere. There's newer technologies that are being invented. We're looking forward to those being further expanded upon. Another area that what I think we definitely need is regulatory updates from PHMSA. One of the best examples is actually the class location rule. So just for situational awareness for the folks that aren't familiar with it, when a lot of the pipes were built many, many years ago, the populations that were around them were a much smaller number. And then as growth has happened, more people have moved closer. And then that necessitates a regulatory shift where operators need to treat the areas where populations are nearby much more seriously. And based off of the existing PHMSA regulations, operators are required to do hydrostatic testing, or you need to cut out and replace the pipe so it's to a higher standard. In both of those instances, you could have gas that's theoretically vented to the atmosphere. So we have been advocating very, very strongly with PHMSA. There's a provision in the 2020 Pipes Act which would require PHMSA to hold a GPAC meeting on the rule, which PHMSA unfortunately is late on. But we're hopeful that we can get this rule moving, because you'll add more integrity management items for those lines, and then that would actually result in fewer emissions to the atmosphere. So it's a twofer, in my opinion. It's going to improve safety, and then it's also going to improve the environment.
All right, let's get some questions.
Great. Hi, my name is Joe Von Fisher. I'm a professor at Colorado State University. Our group published an analysis earlier this year that looked at the abundance of natural gas leak in distribution systems and as a function of sort of social justice issues. We found in the analysis of about 6,000 leaks in 16 cities that the best predictor of leak density was percent people of color in these census tract areas. And I say this not as a finger wagging. I say this as something that Linda Doherty talked about yesterday in her panel, about something that we're like, oh my God, yeah. Linda was talking about as an inspector when she had to choose among places to go to inspect, that some of the most vulnerable communities also had very high crime rates and they needed police protection to enter some of these areas. And there has been, when I talk about this with other utility people, one-on-one, they're like, yeah, this happens. Sometimes in some areas, it's hard to manage some of our areas. And so I say from a distribution perspective, but also more broadly, there's a recognition that some more vulnerable communities have also experienced this pattern of higher exposure or higher risk. So turning this around and not as a finger pointing, but as a what can we do to fix patterns going forward? For example, could we include census tract as a scale in our DIMP models and look at vulnerable communities as areas that we target for early repair and replacement? Or could we do reporting of all of our inventory and our management at the census tract scale that would anonymize things from location of infrastructure? So would utilities, the operators, be interested in greater reporting, greater transparency, and greater explicit management of their infrastructure to include social vulnerability as one of the management targets? So that's, I say it, and I know it's a challenge. I know that we're all facing this thing. Can we be more transparent? Can we be more explicitly targeting social vulnerability in the way that we manage pipeline systems?
Great. You want to take a crack at that, Rick?
There were a few questions in there.
Yeah. How is your company, has your company started to look at how
Sure.
to address vulnerable communities?
And I'll be honest, I was in there yesterday when Linda and them were testifying. It was a very powerful session, and I appreciate the question. Matter of fact, I've made a note. I have not read your study yet, and I'm going to.
Find me. We can talk. Yeah.
Here's what I would say to you is that we don't want to treat anybody preferentially in that regard. A person is a person, whether they're EJ or non-EJ. In my opinion, a life is a life. And so the right way for us as operators to approach this, and I can only speak for my own company, but we approach it in an agnostic approach, right? So if we are looking, okay, first off, when they call a call center, somebody calls and says they have a leak, we don't ask them where they live, right? We take the leak, we go. If we have a scheduled leak and it's coming due because of the regulatory requirement, we go, regardless of where it is in the city. We live in this world now. We're trying to get it. You find it, you fix it. So to me, that's our goal, is agnosticism in this regard. On our distribution integrity assessments, we are right now, at least at our company, shifting away from relative risk models into probabilistic. This is a big step for us. It puts us on the leading edge. We are making sure as we roll this out at our first LDC that the considerations for human impact and property impact are in that same way agnostic, right?
Let me just, I'm going to push back a little bit. And
let's make sure we give other people some chance too. So.
Okay. If we say all lives matter, which I think no one disagrees with, but we should be able to look at the data and say, are we behaving in that way? And so Southern Company should analyze its own data. And I suspect, like most distribution companies, you haven't, and ask, do we see an absence of a pattern with respect to people of color, for example? So we can take this offline more, and I could talk about.
I'd love to have a conversation about it, but I will say we actually have looked at each.
Okay, great,
and we feel very good about where we are as an operator. So.
Thanks.
Anybody else want to talk about how you're starting to look towards vulnerable communities? I know that's been a big issue for some siting of new pipelines, particularly.
I think it's to me very similar to the issue about about methane. I think it is a social awareness issue. It's a new consideration. I'm not going to say constraint. A new consideration that we have to be very thoughtful and get the information, the facts and data, and to make better choices. Become more aware as we're designing pipelines, routing pipelines, operating pipelines, to take that into consideration. And I think it's something we need to be deliberate about. I think it's emerging right now, and I think it's absolutely appropriate.
Just echo what Andy was saying, in that we are definitely, talking about it, right? Step one, let's talk about it. We've got data now. We've got ways to evaluate that. In Phillips 66, we've added a layer to our mapping system with the environmental justice type of communities. And so although we haven't, self-admit, we haven't figured out exactly where we're going with that information, but we do to a certain extent also want to be agnostic. And so balancing of that, so more to come, definitely.
Looks like Mr. Cooperwitz.
Rick Cooperwitz, Equifax. I don't want to put Rick on a crossfire, but do you map your grade leaks for your system?
Map them? Yes.
You map them by grade, by type, by cause?
We keep up with all of our leaks in that regard. You're right. I mean, grade ones get repaired immediately upon discovery, continuous.
I was involved in the DIMP regulation, and it's, the process is kind of a sausage making. We talked about requiring mapping of grade leaks, but we backed off of that. In fairness, some of the operators, there's a wide spectrum, large groups, small group operators. The technology 10 or 12 years ago was just developing. It's been existent now for a good 10 years. So most responsible operators that are distribution will map their grade leaks by cause, by type. And so they see if there's a hot spot being developed so they can get ahead of it. I think that'll help address the earlier concerns. We didn't get it into regulation. We compromised on that. Responsible operators have been doing this for years now. And so the public needs to know that. I don't know if it rises to the level of requiring it in regulation, but just a data point for you. So that's good to hear.
No. I absolutely. I will tell you that as an operator, and I know many of the operators in the LDC sector, we are looking at, we're using the data. That's the goal. To know your system, you got to use your data. So you got to use the leakage data, and you got to talk to your subject matter experts, because the people in the field will tell you what the data doesn't tell you. And we use that data to prioritize where we're going to go do our replacement. So to your point, if you have a hot spot, it's going to go to the top of the list. There's more leaks per 100 feet or 1,000 feet.
Good.
There's one up front here, Lois.
So we've heard a lot about Satartia, Mississippi, and the CO2 Denbury pipeline explosion. We've heard from people who said that they spent the night in the hospital and multiple nights in the hospital, but those injuries were not recorded as injuries. And I believe that affects whether or not that particular event shows up on any of these charts as a serious or a significant pipeline incident. And so it makes me wonder whether we've even captured everything that's happened on these charts. And I wonder, is it because we have this goal of zero incidents? Are we not counting incidents when we should be because we just want the chart to eventually say zero? How do you reconcile that? How do you make sure that everything that should be counted is counted and represented to the public so that we can manage it and make good decisions? Joe said something yesterday that I thought was really resonant, which was, when we have data and we're open and honest and transparent about it, we can learn from it and we can manage better. So what do you think about this phenomena of not counting things that probably should be counted?
I'll take a shot at that, because I think it touches on a conversation that I think Lois had yesterday in the data conversation, the data session. And that is, first of all, this is one set of data. This is incident data, but we also track precursory things. Before things happen, significant safety-related events are tracked also, the reported condition states that we give to PHMSA. And those, I think, are also a huge learning vessel for us, a vehicle for us to get information on the system before things actually became a failure or impacted society. And I think what's really important in this is let's get everything in front of us to make that decision about, are we well informed, is what I hear you saying. Are we well informed? Are we trying to kind of create a fait accompli of a pretty chart, And I think the goal, and I'm going to come back to something you asked, Carl, in a minute, because I think it's really important, is our goal is zero. None of these incidents are acceptable. So how do you get marshaling energy to move the needle the most, the fastest, the best? I mean, that's really what that continuous improvement cycle is about. So you want as much information coming in to ask those questions, to shape that plan. And I think that it's a learning process. So why are some of the statistics going up? Well, to be very frank, I think if you went back a couple of slides where you're showing the breakdown across different threats, one of the increasing components is manufacturing and materials. Why? What happened all of a sudden? What that really is, a lot of the ingredients in that component is blowdowns. The ESD system went off. I was like, okay, well, that's what the ESD system does. So for years, those didn't count. We didn't count them because they weren't a traditional failure. But when you start entering into, well, now that's methane coming out of the gas, coming out of the pipe, shouldn't do that. It's a different kind of failure. The device is doing what it's supposed to do, but what caused it to break down? Well, an O-ring failure. Well, that's a material flaw. That's not a traditional, but it's something we want to get in front of us and figure out. So the numbers may bump around as we kind of learn and change and grow in our paradigm of looking at methane or looking at EJ or looking at these other things. We need to just keep asking why. Why is it coming up? So when you look at equipment failures, you see that's 25%. Well, what happened all of a sudden to the equipment? That the equipment was breaking. It's not really breaking. It's just another dimension of how we're looking at safety when we add methane and blowdowns and ESDs. Okay, well, those aren't traditional failures, if that makes sense. but they're environmental releases, which is now something we're trying to track. So it's just, some of it's a growing pain.
Well, while the microphone comes up to Alan, I'm going to sneak a question in here that just to help inform. There's different requirements in integrity management for gas transmission. They have to run smart pigs, generally every 7 years. Hazardous liquids, it's every 5 years. One of the things we keep hearing, and I think one of your recent incidents, I know Marathon had one, Shell had two that I can think of, was that they ran smart pigs, but there was an incident. And what we heard was that the data hadn't been received or incorporated into the system before the failure occurred. So they were doing the right things, but there was too much time lag between when your vendor or whoever ran the smart pigs and you got the data to mitigate the problem and you had a failure. Does that mean the reinspection intervals are too far apart?
I think we have two questions there. I'm going to try to break them down. The incident that I think you're referring to is us with regard to a hard spot in Kentucky. We ran the hard spot tool and the vendor came back and said there was nothing actionable there. And I think that was really more of a technology limit than an egregious breakdown by the vendor or any sort of control problem. I think some of the technologies that we have out there are emerging, and hard spot tools are not something that's well used, got a lot of track time in the history of the industry. So there's not quite that level of performance like we do on MFLs. It wasn't that it was in the can, it's that they didn't understand how to analyze it correctly and have the technology to break down the signals. Back to so that's one question. The other question I heard was about the inspection frequencies. The thing that I really appreciate as I get older, and that's not trivial, is you learn. And I think that when we built an ASME and we built the reinspection interval requirement for 7 years, so we're looking at 100,000 miles of pipe, and you're trying to figure out, okay, what's a conservative growth rate for 100,000 miles of pipe in the desert, in the mountains, in the city, in the dirt, and the wild? Like, okay, that could be like all over the board, and it is. So you look at a bell curve. What's the data telling us? And you pick a number. We picked 11 actually as a conservative growth rate. And then we took 30% of it, came to 7. That's not everything, but it's most. So, and it's conservative, it's factual based, it's science. Okay. And then we just keep getting more and more data. But when we wrote the standard, which became a rule, it was, and the operator should consider the specifics of the situation and determine whether they need a more conservative inspection frequency. Because we know if we tried to cover 100, it might be every other year. Because there could be some place in New York City where you've got all kind of interference currents and it's super aggressive and you need beyond that. Well, that doesn't work in a rural environment where you've got good CP. So you're trying to make a decision. So that complement, that second part of the operator has to consider, is really important. But it's not prescriptive. And that takes the onus of the operator and the regulator to sit down and go, did you really consider this? Did you really dial this in?
So how often does your company or companies you're aware of actually do inspections more often than they're required to?
I would say we run about half our tools. I'm looking at Kurt. About half our tools are less than 7 years. But some of that is probably counterintuitive. We may run it on 7 years so that we don't have to project out as far the growth rate, so that we don't dig up a bunch of things that aren't growing that fast, the other side of the bell curve. Or if we do that, when we run a tool, let's say we run a tool this year, we find 20 anomalies. 2 of them are near term, and some of them we have to predict out how fast they'll grow. So in 7 years, we come back at the right time. Well, if we assume an aggressive growth rate, we have to come back, and most of them aren't doing anything. Like, well, that wasn't a good idea. So it's easier actually shorten the interval up, so we don't have to predict out as far, if that makes sense. The further out you predict, the wider that gap gets. If it's growing at this rate, but you're predicting out, at an aggressive rate, by the time you go out a long way, there's a lot of them didn't go anywhere. So you're digging up things you don't have to dig. So there's a counterintuitive part of it too. Picking more frequency actually cuts down the number of anomalies you have to dig most of the time. And it helps build your risk, confidence in your risk conclusions. So
how about on the liquid side, Stephanie?
Let me build on that. So the reassessment interval is has a lot of pieces of information and parts to it, right? So 5 years on the liquid side compared to the 7, but that 5 years is a not to exceed. That's not a baseline reassessment interval. Your baseline reassessment interval comes through the procedure that the operator has written into their integrity management program that takes into account the data from your tool runs, the current tool run, your previous tool runs. It takes into account risk. It takes into account any other pieces of data that would go into that particular inspectable section of pipe to come up with that reassessment interval. And so while there is, obviously that 5 years regulatory not to exceed, your baseline really comes from a calculated methodology, as well as, our technical experts who have really, we've got technical experts and PhDs, I think were mentioned, that work their careers in this space so that they can be the best educated to make those best decisions. And I will note that PHMSA has a guide, although, they do in actual regulation, it's the 5 years or earlier is needed. They do have a guideline that would help operators set those reassessment intervals out there.
So what percent of your pipelines do you do more often than 5 years?
I don't have that number offhand, but we do a fair amount because I can think of specific sections.
All right, I'll quit bogarting the microphone here. Alan.
I'm Alan Mabry with PHMSA. Something Rick said piqued my interest on a topic related to risk modeling. And, over the years, we've seen issues with the relative index modeling that's been used quite a bit. In fact, we had a workshop way back in 2015 to really leverage the knowledge on and really guide the usage of risk modeling tools. But I just wanted you to comment on where we need to go next, because we're seeing issues with things are still being missed, dealing with one of my favorite topics, interactive threats, which really is what's happening with some of these geotechnical events where you have land movement, where you combine like a lot of rain or global warming, for instance, with, vintage pipeline. You have varying threats that are interacting. And where do you think we need to go with that? You mentioned probabilistic.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Alan. I'm gonna dance a little bit on you here because I don't think one size fits all with the answer, and that's in that sense. I think as long as and I'm going to stick to the distribution side. I'll let Andy or somebody else speak for the transmission side on that. But on the distribution side, as you well know, we have operators that vary from 5 million customers all the way down to operators that have less than 100 meters in that regard. So I don't think that's within the realm of possibility for those small operators to get into the field of interactive threats. They just don't have the technical wherewithal in that regard. So I don't think that a mandate of that would actually fix it. I think the big operators will go down that path, but I think you got to have the right tools and toolbox for the big operators and the small on that side. But moving towards, I think the industry is doing a good job on its own of moving from relative risk to probabilistic, and then interactive sits behind that.
Anybody else on that one?
Yeah, I'll take that. I think when we look at what's the next iteration on the virtuous cycle, I think Mega Wordle 1 and 2 are a big step forward. I think they provide a lot of clarity. But I think when we look out there, I think that quantitative risk assessment, QRA, probabilistic approach is logical. We've moved in that direction because we wanted to improve the certainty of the conclusions that we're making and the actions that we're taking. It's a model that comes out of the medical industry, the aviation industry. We talked about that yesterday, the nuclear industry. I think it just takes a mountain of data and a lot of energy to break that down, the 5 why questions across all those threats. But I do think that's the next opportunity. And I think it's probably a 15 to 20 year journey, to be honest. But I think the climb is worth the view.
So I had something to add here as well. While Andy's going way further in the future, and I know we've already previewed this with you, Alan, but Inga's IMCI, or Integrity Management Continuous Improvement Program, we did our second iteration of that. And 2 of the items that I think would be worth mentioning are on EMAT tools. We're trying to get more operators to use the tool. And then also, as Andy alluded to earlier, on Geohazards, that joint industry project that Inga has facilitated. The goal is to get that through an eventual API standard. But those are just 2 tools that are part of that IMCI program that Inga's trying to move the ball forward to try and just keep the state of the state increasing.
All right, we're got about 4 or 5 minutes left, so in the back.
Good morning. My name is Jade Woods, and I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, West Baton Rouge Parish, which is just about an hour up the road. It's also the northernmost point of what's often called Cancer Alley or Death Alley. And I have a response or a comment to what was said earlier. There's been a lot of talk today about environmental justice and Black and Brown communities. And in particular, environmental justice or frontline communities. And I don't see very many of us in the room today, so I will provide some perspective. I want to make it clear that when analyzing why leaks and significant and serious incidents have occurred in disproportionate rates in communities of color, that deserves much more than a passive sort of agnosticism in your analysis. That deserves a very clear, very equitable and intentional analysis about why communities of color have been experiencing the public health and environmental health impacts of this infrastructure for decades. And so I call on all of you to do a lot more. I'll keep this brief. And the next panel in the breakout room will be about CO2 pipelines, specifically in environmental justice communities. And I really encourage all of you to attend to continue this conversation because it deserves a lot more time. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, we can probably squeeze one more in. Even he's giving me the 1 minute sign. Mr. Lesniak.
This is a comment and a question. I heard Andy say this, and I've heard several other folks in the industry say this during the conference, is that the need for updated rules and regulations. And so my comment is a challenge to the industry is make sure you're doing everything you can to make the rulemaking process move swiftly. And because to be honest, my impression is that one of the reasons the rulemaking process goes slowly is because the industry doesn't want it to go fast. And if you want it to go fast, you can help with that. And so I would really hope that the associations are doing that because I think it's in everybody's best interest. I'm not saying fast, bad rules, but fast, good rules. And let's not slow them down, make the bureaucracy worse than it already is.
Yeah, and that kind of relates to something you and I were talking about, Andy, that, the last big tranches of the mega rule as they came out, the industry challenged those and slowed it down more. How do you explain that if you're in favor of safety?
Well, want me to take that one? Sure. So I appreciate that, Carl, and I appreciate the question, Chuck. So as you all know, ENGA filed a petition for reconsideration of the most recent gas transmission rule part 2. And this is where I think when you read it, it seems like we're angry and we hate PHMSA and the rule is garbage and whatnot. But we made very clear to put up front in our petition that we support the rule. What we wanted to do was get some more time to implement it. It's a rule that took over 10 years to write. There was a 4-year gap between when PHMSA considered it through a GPAC meeting. And there were aspects that ended up getting lost in translation over that 4-year window. So in our view, first of all, we needed more than 9 months to implement it because we were already under trying to implement the valve rule. And then also for such a complicated rule, it typically takes time. You want your operators to have their procedures in place, training to be there. And it takes time. So we were pleased that PHMSA ended up granting an extension for the additional 9 months that we had asked for. But then also on the other items, we were trying to improve the rule. There are sometimes areas where the rule didn't necessarily mesh up with other aspects of the code. So we pointed that out to ensure consistency and strength. So it may seem that we're trying to slow down the process. In actuality, we're just trying to make sure that the rule is stronger and more durable so that it will exist for many, many years to come without issue.
All right, we are out of time. We're going to take a break. There's your choices for the next session. Help me thank these folks for taking a semi-moderate grilling. Thank you. Thanks for willing. Being willing.
Good conversation. I like your question, actually.
trying to get a happy graph, or are you actually really wrestling with this? That was a good question.
You know, I've been struggling with some of the new metrics like the APLM. You probably won't want to speak unless you watch it.
That's what I should have
Considering I'm late, that's really good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for agreeing to be semi-grilled.
I'm glad most of this was about questions.
Yeah.
It wasn't about presentation. Thanks, Carl. Thank you. For a while. Next year's your retirement year. Wow, I like that.
Yeah, well, it would wasn't yet. So I'll check with Heather and let her know. But we were going to tell you.
I don't know. I haven't when he said that. No, he was
Really? try and look around and we got the golf
So, sounds like you would like to be on the end? Yeah.
Okay, let's move. Okay, no, go ahead.
I was just grabbing it.
We're going to start in 2 minutes.
That's what, yes, I think that's what we're all going to be on this side, I guess. Yep, all over here.
Did the Zoom work? Excellent. Oh, nice.
In person. Oh.
I'm shocked.
No, I've had
Good.
the first two, and I've had 2 boosters. And I got the last booster in June, and then they say you have to wait 5 months.
Like they can be.
And the next one will be the 5-day one that's the original.
Which last one?
Oh, well, then you're right.
I didn't think that was bad. Yeah. Well, I finished my outline last night, so we'll see how this goes. Oh. Perfect. Oh, I'm sorry. Count. As he does.
I think I had a friend who got the JJ.
Okay. I'll watch the tape.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't want to.
Okay, I'll accept that.
I think that's accurate.
Okay. It's getting personal already.
Yeah, you weren't expecting. I wasn't expecting that.
And he's Canadian. You'd think he'd be nice.
That's not what I.
When we're in the middle of it, it's kind of hard to tell, but I think okay. We've had no, no fisticuffs and no major technical faux pas. So, yeah. So considering the challenges, Bill zooming in from wherever, I think it's good. He recorded it last night after sessions. So yeah. It was recorded. He didn't want to get up at 5 to.
Well, that and to be quite honest, the connectivity at times.
Right.
I don't know if
Exactly.
in the middle of him trying to
Exactly.
introduce Tristan
Exactly.
something, and then then Bill's got to jump. So
Yeah.
totally get why the recording certainly would seem more appropriate.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you to do quick introductions, and then we'll start in. I'll say who you are, but then if you can give your 30-second, minute and a half version or whatever. Okay. Can everybody take your seats? We're going to get started. All right, thanks for coming. You are in the Geohazards panel. If that's not where you want to be, you should be downstairs. We are going to try and have this evolve into somewhat of a conversation among our three panelists. So they're all sitting on the same side so they can see each other. The people on this corner may not be able to see Rich. So if you want to move, feel free. My name is Rebecca Craven. I'm the program director for the Trust, and I'm happy to be here moderating the panel. Our panelists today are Jim Oswald with Navik Consulting from Calgary, Linda Doherty from PHMSA, who I think everybody knows, and Rich Sainamore from the new president of Marathon Pipeline. I'm going to ask each of them to give a short introduction of themselves and their role with respect to geohazards, and then we'll get into the conversation. Rich, you want to start?
Sure. Again, I'm Rich Saintamore with Marathon Pipeline. So prior to my current role, I was our Director of Logistics and Engineering, which included our integrity functions for MPL. And I'm also part of the LIPA API Performance Excellence Team and the Pipeline Safety Excellence Team as well, and the steering committee that oversees the PET as well as some other functions. So with that, I've got about 26 years in the industry, all within the midstream space, primarily with light products, loading facilities and or products, both crude products and HVLs.
Thanks. Jim?
Good morning. I'm Jim Oswald. You will very quickly recognize my Canadian accent because I say route instead of route. And I've been in meetings with both PHMSA and FERC. And the first thing, within about 30 seconds, the fellows in Washington said, "Oh, you're the Canadian one. We knew there was a Canadian fellow coming." I'm a geotechnical engineer. I specialize in soil pipe interaction on the soil side, not on the stress analysis side, and geohazards and geological hazards. I've got work experience in pipelines in many areas, Canada, Alaska, Russia, China, South America, the US. It's a delight to be invited to this panel and the conference.
I'm Linda Doherty. It somewhat concerns me when Rebecca says everybody knows me. I'm thinking, oh, is that not good? But I'll share with my Canadian friend. I was in Calgary at the International Pipeline Conference. And I was talking to some folks and they said, "Oh, you're from the deep South." And I'm like, "No, I'm from the Midwest." But I guess if you're Canadian, that's deep South, right? But anyway, Linda Doherty, I've worked at PHMSA and its predecessor, RISPA, for many of you older folks in the room, for now 31 years. So this has been my life's work, pipeline safety and helping folks. I've been to many PST conferences and they get better every year. They modify and change over time, but it's really good. So thank you for the invite. My job at PHMSA, I work with all of our field operations folks. So all of our inspectors, our investigators, people that do enforcement, also our community liaisons. I think you saw we have several of them here. They're all clustered in the corner in that group. So mix folks. But anyway, that's what I do. So I'm looking forward to our conversation here.
Great.
Okay.
So we're starting off with a bunch of lovely pictures that Linda was generous enough to bring. It's very difficult to find non-copyrighted photos of failures. They tend to all be from news organizations who don't like you to reuse them. So Linda brought some from PHMSA, and we're grateful for that. She's going to walk through these, and then Jim, I'd like you to talk about geohazards and describe some of the ways they can cause damage to the pipelines and cause them to fail. some of that will be readily apparent from these pictures.
So I only have 3 different situations here. How many were in Chris Rule and, well, I shouldn't say Chris Rule, the accident panel with Kim West and Chris Rule? Some of the pictures you're going to see are going to be very familiar, but I wanted to share them with everybody else in the audience that didn't have an opportunity. So we know that geohazards, well, let me back up. How many would agree that Mother Nature can be extremely powerful? Okay, we all agree. And when she gets irate, major things happen. So this right here, you can see, there's the pipeline right here. And notice this. This looks like a pretty serious landslide, right? It happened in the aftermath of Ida in 21. But I want to show you a different perspective that shows you how extreme this really is. Could you go to the next slide? What's really interesting, I would not want to have been on that train track, but the pipeline did survive. I'm not saying look, we don't ever want to see this, but what was really interesting is when you look at the train track, I put this up here to show the dramatic, instantaneous impact of heavy, sudden rains. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about PHMSA's advisory bulletin, which really emphasizes the fact that rainfall, heavy rainfall, is occurring in different parts of the country than it has traditionally, or maybe heavy rainfall in areas where for decades it hasn't seen such dramatic weather patterns, right? We have to think about it, and we have to think about how it could impact. I am sure this railroad company was not expecting this kind of washout, and I'm sure the pipeline company was not. The question is, should they have? Could they have predicted it? I don't know. But so this is a very dramatic a washout area here. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, a couple things here. I was on this site. These are my pictures. So a couple of things. You've seen pictures of this. You can see that this is a very hilly terrain. You can see the distance. You can get a good idea. The actual issue is right here. But what I want to show you is the perspective where I was standing from. Can you go to the next slide? I was up here. What this whole landslip area, and I'm probably using the wrong term because there's different things, slips and slides, and if you're a geologist, there's very specific terms, and I'll probably get them wrong. So if there's any geologists in the room, my apologies, including you. But you can see this dramatic area, and there was land movement all along here. Obviously, we know what happened there. What you're also seeing, this was a gas line, so there was ignition. So a lot of these trees you're seeing are burnt. The other thing I want to point out, can you go to the next slide? So there's a really interesting thing. This area is, the failure would be down here, right? The interesting thing is, you notice the funky shape of these trees? Do you see the bend in them? There's an actual term for that. I couldn't come up with the term. I can't remember it. Thank you, pistol butting. And what happens is when the trees are growing, they grow straight, right? But as the land starts to move, the bottom of the tree moves. So the tree keeps trying to grow straight. So it develops this very characteristic shape. What does that mean? It means that the land movement has been occurring for a long time, right? Might be very, very slow, but it's moving. Those are warning signs. Those are things that you need to be aware of and monitor. And I bet members of the public, as you go around your community and you see areas that you got those hills, look and see if you can see some of this. You might be surprised. The earth moves everywhere. Sometimes Mother Nature makes her move really fast. Okay, you want to go to the next slide? You already saw this. Oh, boy, that's really out of focus from up here.
Yeah, it is.
Did I put the next slide in, or is this the last one? Yeah, this is a better one. Many of you saw this yesterday. This is the Sartarsha, Mississippi failure. Intermittent heavy rain. So in this situation, there were periods of dry weather, heavy rain. And then dry weather, heavy rain. So it was intermittent. The soil saturation here was very different. Now everybody says, well, Mississippi gets a lot of rain, right? But things change, and soil is not always stable. A lot of people would say, due to climate change, weather patterns are changing. Areas that might have otherwise been stable are no longer stable. So what are the warning signs? What do you got to look for? When you look at Satartia, you can see the drop slip here. This is where the pipeline failed. A lot of people say, what is that white stuff? When carbon dioxide exits the line, it's going to basically freeze dry. Now, that's just basically ice, dry ice. It'll freeze the moisture in the air. Okay, I think that's the last slide.
Okay, Jim, could you talk about these slope failures and washouts and various other geohazards and how they can affect systems?
Sure. So geological hazards is a very broad term, and it covers essentially anything that can negatively impact the integrity of a pipeline. And I use a very broad term. Within the CFR, they use the term outside forces, which is actually really good because that's even broader still. So it would include geological hazards and hydrotechnical hazards. What we saw in the first slide today was a hydrotechnical hazard, not quite a debris flow, but a very rapid flooding of probably a relatively benign channel that probably had a 2-foot culvert in it somewhere below the railway tracks to convey water, and due to the heavy rains from the hurricane, it washed it out. So geohazards include sort of mass wasting processes that would be landslides, landslips, avalanches, rock falls, those sorts of things. Rock indentation is considered a geohazard. So a rock that is coming up from below due to frost heave, for example, and frost jacking that you would get in the northern states, that would be a geohazard. Erosion and earthquakes are both geohazards. Permafrost, so the Trans-Alaska Pipeline, the photo that you see in the corner of each slide is the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. It's elevated on piles for about 1/2 of its 800 miles. So about 400 miles of the pipeline in Alaska is elevated and held above ground on vertical support members because the ground underneath it is ice rich, and the hot pipeline would cause that ice to thaw, and the pipeline would then settle, and that would cause an integrity problem. The other half of the TAPS pipeline is buried because it's in terrain and ground that is thaw stable, meaning that it would not settle as it thaws out. And so permafrost tends to be a potential geohazard because of the risk of thaw settlement, or conversely, frost heave, where you have, say, a gas pipeline that is traversing between 2 compressor stations that has Joule-Thomson cooling, decompression cooling as it moves from one compressor station down to the next. If you're in a discontinuous permafrost zone, as you approach the second compressor station and the temperature is below freezing, you could get frost heave that would jack the pipe upwards. So all of these are geohazards. I consider mining subsidence or ground subsidence due to underground mining. So as a problem in the Appalachians with the coal mines, longwall mining represents a geohazard to the pipeline. So anything that an interaction between the soil and the pipeline that could negatively impact that pipeline's integrity, to me, is a geohazard. In terms of the damage that these can cause, some of them can be very benign. Surface erosion is generally a relatively benign issue for the pipeline integrity, but it could lead to larger problems further down, exposure of the pipeline. And that's usually not a good thing from a safety perspective. One of the ways to design pipelines is if you ensure the integrity of the right-of-way, you usually ensure the integrity of the pipeline at the same time. And whereas the converse is not true, you can build a pipeline and design a pipeline that is strong enough to withstand many of the outside forces. But your right of way, may collapse, may go to hell in a handbasket, and that's not a good thing, because if you are on a slope that has a creek at the bottom, your pipeline has good integrity, but your right of way fails and causes debris into the streams, then that's an environmental issue. So if you work the other way and ensure the integrity of your right of way, then you often, in most cases, ensure the integrity of your pipeline. In terms of climate change, and Linda has mentioned this also, is that what we are seeing is a change in the weather patterns, and often more frequent and more intense rainstorms. And there are, in many places of the world, including North America, good records and relationships between rainfall intensity and duration and landslide initiations. And in fact, in places such as the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State, they've got very good plots of being able to plot landslide initiation as a function of rainfall duration and intensity. And that can be used, graphs like that can be used for integrity management purposes of pipelines. When you get an event like that, you can see whether or not there's a risk of landslide initiation, and you can the pipeline operators can be proactive and implement a surveillance event to go out and look at the pipeline immediately.
To talk about the 2 advisory bulletins.
Yeah, so thank you for putting this up. So, and sorry, I didn't know if we were going to do it later but so we did issue an advisory bulletin following the Sartasia event, landslide and pipeline failure there. And what we did is we took a previous advisory. We had issued one already. We updated it to reflect some of the new information we had coming out of Sartasia, what we were learning. Also, you'll see a renewed focus on the whole concept of the climate change impacts and things that are changing in our world today. In that advisory bulletin, there's a lot of information about techniques, sources of information that operators can use. But the main message of the advisory bulletin, and I'm going to be pretty direct here, the operators in the room know I'm pretty direct, hopefully fair, is that we know that there are issues. It is a company's responsibility to make sure they address issues and look for issues before they become failures, right? The question is, when you look at how much can you predict Hurricane Ida? I don't know. Can you look at culverts? Can you look at places where you are seeing that pistol butting? I don't know. I have a block on that, but where you're seeing that and monitoring it, can you put monitors in the ground to watch? Do you have a program to go out and look for these areas along your system? Because it's your responsibility to do so, right? So this advisory reemphasizes that there is a need to be aware. Things are changing, folks. There have been too many geohazard failures that hopefully we could have prevented. So we're leaning into this, saying, we're making you aware. Now let's get together and figure out how to stop it. Can we assure no future geohazard failures? No. I wish we could. But we would be remiss if we didn't do everything we can to spot and prevent them, right? Especially if you heard from the young man about the impacts of the Sartasia failure that had on him personally. Right. So we have an obligation. We can do it. We gather more information. We learn as we go. Are you going to prompt me for the next question?
No, I'm gonna put you on the spot right now. So the last bullet there says owners and operators should consider monitoring geological, environmental, blah, 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 blah. So I got to tell you, when you sent this slide and I looked at it, so the words should consider give me a bit of heartburn. Particularly given the way the Fifth Circuit decided to deal with consideration in the ERW situation. So there are existing regs for design, for operation, for not operating an unsafe pipeline that apply in or out of high consequence areas, whether or not integrity management applies. They should be doing a whole lot more than considering, in my view. And I'm worried that PHMSA is still 2 advisory bulletins in, saying should consider. So I'd like you to address that, and then I'm going to put Rich on the spot and have him talk about the marathon incident a bit.
Yep. So I kind of knew that question was coming.
Oh,
I mean, I know Rebecca. So here's the reality. Our regulations clearly state that operators are required to maintain safety of their pipeline, period. They are also required to address any adverse condition, right? Where our regulations are not as specific is there is nothing in our regulations that say currently, thou shalt have a weather monitoring station and thou shalt do A, B, or C. There's a lot of ways you can monitor land movement. There's a lot of different approaches you can take. And so the regulations do not give a very specific method. It's not prescriptive. And I know that's a topic of debate, prescriptive versus performance-based, right? So, and this ties in here. When we do an advisory bulletin, we are not allowed, we are prohibited from putting in new requirements. That would violate the APA, what is it called? American Procedures Act. Or administrative, I should look to my lawyer, my Administrative Procedures Act. So for us to put something very specific and say you will in an advisory bulletin, I have to have the backing of a regulation. But by golly, if I find an operator that has a land movement issue that doesn't address it, I've got an advisory bulletin that says you should be addressing these things. And I have a regulation that says if you have awareness of an adverse issue, you must address it. I can combine those. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just before Rich describes his problem, if you saw the previous presentations, you saw that geohazards tend to be a relatively small percentage, typically 7% of the overall loss of containment type issues or failures. The problem with that is that when they occur, they tend to be catastrophic. So even though they're a relatively small number, they tend to have a very high consequence.
I'm going to go out of order here for a second and skip Jim's 2 slides. These are images that Rich brought from the marathon failure outside Edwardsville, which has been talked about several times in several panels, and Chairman Hamady mentioned it yesterday. I'd like, Rich, if you can walk us through this and talk about how you handled it.
Yeah, I can. So at Marathon Pipeline, we did have a geohazard management program that we had implemented prior to this event. And we were monitoring pipe strain, which is an indicator of, or can be an indicator of a geohazard in this area. But what is missing within the industry, and if you were here during the last panel, you heard others discuss it, but is a lot of the technical background to know when to act. And that is missing. And so it is a developing threat as we learn more about, the outcomes that can occur. And so that's an important part to remember here. And so while this was being monitored, it was below action levels. We were using what was one technical paper that Inga had put together earlier several years ago, and it did have some action levels. We were following that. And if you look at this first picture here on the left, our line that's closest to that creek there is really 40 feet away. And, there's not a lot of repose or change in the topography there. It's relatively flat as you get down to that creek base. That's only like 10 to 12 feet. And, thank you. And so that's 40 feet away. And it's about, like I said, 10 feet down there. And the rest of the area is relatively flat. And this pipeline had been in the ground for 70 years. And so you wouldn't say to yourself, gosh, this has got a huge area for, some type of land movement or geohazard related event. And while this is still being investigated with the NTSB, I think we all agreed that yes, the primary factor here was geohazard in nature. And there was not a large storm event here that was recent before this. There was say it had gone up a 1 year type flood event, the week before, but yet, here we are. And as we look back and our data shows, you can see, we believe this pipe was installed straight as these red lines indicate. But here, this picture here, you can definitely see a bow, right? And that horizontal movement is indicative of a geohazard event occurring. And we heard, again, in the other panel that these events can occur slowly over time. And yet we believe that this was not something that was happening, I'll say, in the last 65 years or so, but very recent. And that is one of the phenomenon that we're continuing to study and to understand. And one of the things that we thought was critical was to share some of these things as quickly as possible. And that's one of the key takeaways that I want everyone here to remember, is that we'll learn together and we'll learn better the quicker we get this information out. And so that's really a critical takeaway here for all of us is, there are things that are being done in the industry that are advancing this science to help us better predict these type of events. But we will only learn all of these things if people share them quickly. And I realize there are obstacles to that, but I encourage everyone, especially on the operator side, to share these events, within the industry so that we can all learn from them and improve.
Thanks. So we talked earlier about the two relatively independent sets of requirements, the general requirements for all pipelines, and then the integrity management rules applying to those pipes that fall within those. Linda, can you talk about how you inspect for compliance with those two sets? And do your inspectors independently look at routes to try and identify potential geohazards and check operator plans to see if they're adequately monitoring? How do you do that? Do you check their strain gauges? How's this work?
So, wow. Oh, boy, you went right to the technical piece. She mentioned the strain gauges. So, boy, it's such an open question. So the first question is, do our inspectors check for hazards like this? Yes, they do. When they go out and they look, they're going to have a conversation with the operator. Do you have any safety conditions? They will look at, maintenance records. They will look for things that will indicate maybe there's an issue. They also do right away. When part of our inspection, by the way, sorry for this 10-second, part of every inspection includes a procedural review. Do you tell your people, do you require your people to do the right thing, right? Records review, does it prove that you actually did what your procedure said? And then the third part, which I want to talk about, is our field inspection. And that's where people go out and look at facilities. As a former inspector, I spent many hours driving right away, looking for things. There are things that during an inspection, which I don't want to talk about in this forum, but there are things you look for that would put a red flag up in your mind if I need to explore this a little bit more. Indications that might make you think, I need to look at this area. You look at right-of-way patrol records where a pilot might say, hey, I saw something in this area. You look for indicators and then you go out and you try to find them. Do we find them all? No, we don't. There's no way we can. There's a whole lot of miles out there and we don't see all of them. But we do our best to look for the indicators that there's something that we should dig in on. The other thing is there are, you want to see an operator that has a robust approach that's looking for things. If you go out and you inspect a pipeline operator and you talk to them, by the way, every time we do an inspection, we pull up the advisory bulletins and we say, hey, are you aware of this advisory bulletin? What are you doing about it? Are you conscious of it? Whether it be cyber threats or it be geohazards or what have you, what are you doing? And Operators in the room by now know that if you say, oh, we don't have a problem with that, that is like waving a red flag in front of an inspector, right? Somebody says, no, we don't have to worry about that. Right? Am I right? I see some people nodding. Yes. So we want to see that there is a response, that there is a thoughtful approach. Now, having said that, if an operator has identified geohazards, if they have a robust approach to look for them and they have found them, we're going to look to see if they have a program to address them. So Rich mentioned that Marathon had a geohazard program. So we're going to look to see, what does that include? Does it include in-house reviews? Does that include bringing in expertise? People that actually know what they're talking about? No offense to Rich, but people like people that actually can look at this stuff and understand it. Are they getting the right kind of information? That is where we have to stop. Because I'll be honest, we don't have too many geohazard experts on our own team. We can't be experts in all of the areas, but we can look to see that the company is using expertise and pulling in the right type of insight. And when we see that missing, we have a serious conversation with the operator. The other thing, just going back to the other issue we were talking about, prescriptive versus performance-based. So outputs matter, results matter, right? If a company is having geohazard problems and they have a geohazard program in place, is the geohazard program adequate? I'm asking you. I'm trying to read your faces. I'm asking you, is it adequate? What would you say? Our colleague from CER, would you say it's adequate? I'm putting him on the spot. If a pipeline company has a geohazard program and it has a geohazard failure, is it an adequate program?
No.
I would agree with you, except, this is where I'm going to give you that. Are the situations that we saw 10 years ago, if that geohazard program was developed 10 years ago, and things have changed a lot, might it be that the program just has not kept pace? And might there be new information we're learning? So when you look at a situation, and not putting Rich on the spot, they had a program, they had a failure. Does that automatically mean they're not doing what they should be doing? It means they have to do more.
Go ahead, Rich.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I think what it shows is if we're using our safety management system, we talked about plan, do, check, act. It just means that wheel needs to spin faster sometimes. And, as a result of this event, our wheel was spinning really fast. And our goal here was to make, changes to the program in weeks and months. And that's dollars being spent that, within months to make significant changes in how we're, viewing our assets. And again, some of the other things that change is the technology, right? We talked about some of these threats are developing and the action limits aren't well established. There's no industry guidance. And so as you develop these things, there can be challenges. And that's, again, that talks about how fast that plan, do, check, act wheel needs to spin. And in this instance, it needs to spin pretty fast.
Well, I'll do a little bit of self-disclosure. Back in the 1990s, I think, there were a lot of landslide movement failures or issues in the Pacific Northwest. Anybody have up from that area? Pacific Northwest? Oh, Bellingham. Oh, duh. Okay, that was kind of a duh moment. Okay, was that in the 1990s or the early 2000s? A whole bunch of landslide, heavy rains. Yeah, 2000. Okay, thank you, Rick. So I actually was involved in a bunch of actions with certain pipeline operators who installed land movement sensors. You know what they're using now? They're using ILI tools. They're called IMUs, inertial movement, and they check the position of the pipe. Technology has dramatically changed. I've also understand that there's using some satellite devices. So there's the technology from back in the early 2000s, in 20 years has dramatically changed. So the program that those companies had in the early 2000s, it needs to be updated. Maybe the technology needs to be updated, right? We're looking for different things. We're looking for rainfall in other areas, in new areas. It's a point of opportunity. We have to keep up with the times. The world is changing, and we have a responsibility to keep up with it to the best of our ability.
Rich, can you talk about what the inspection process is like for PHMSA inspections from the operator's perspective, looking at geohazards in particular?
I'd say it's been pretty intense from our personal experience.
In the last couple, talking about the usefulness of operators hiring geotechnical and experts, and I wondered if you'd talk us through these two.
Sure. So this is not a plug for consulting work. Thankfully, I'm semi-retired, so I'm not necessarily looking for more work. But what we see from this is a document that was written by Mike Sweeney, and he used to be he's retired now. He's the chief geotechnical engineer at BP in England. And he did this study to look at the effects of geoprofessionals and their input into pipeline design. So this is not so much about operations, but it's about original designs. And you can see that, the historic practice in the 1960s and 70s and that had very minimal geotechnical input. And with time in the last, several decades, more geotechnical input has come in. So we've got geoprofessionals, geologists, terrain analysis experts, geomorphologists, geotechnical engineers, all starting to look at and become part of the the pipeline design process, from initial routing and avoidance of potential issues through mitigations during construction. And you can see the progression in terms of how the loss of containment events have decreased with that input by people looking at geological hazards.
Rich, do you want to comment on that, or should I move to the next one?
Yeah, I will comment on that, because I think most companies that are operators that are looking to lay new lines, they are doing that as part of their process, and involving geomorphologists for stream movements and understanding the impacts that can happen or can have. And then same thing on the geotechnical side to find the best route selection or the best mitigating, elements that you could put in place to, remediate any type of issue before it becomes a problem.
And this is a description of pipeline releases.
So this table here describes some of the costs of cleanup and the impacts of pipelines. Now, not all of those are geohazards, but Dos Quebrados in Colombia about 10 years ago, that occurred on December 24th. And it was a 6-inch gasoline pipeline that ruptured at the time for unknown reasons. The gasoline flowed down a ravine into a creek, into the Dos Quebrados, formed a vapor cloud, moved down about a mile or so, and then found an ignition source in the village of Dos Quebrados. And as a result of that, my recollection is that there were about 20 people who died in the initial explosion, and another 13 died in the days after. And I was on site on January 2nd as part of a team looking at that. Others, major events, the North Saskatchewan River in 2016 was a crude oil pipeline that ruptured due to landslide movements, and it cost approximately $80 million to clean up. A lot of these, the point of this table is to say that if a company has to pay $10 million or $100 million to clean up, that buys an awful lot of geohazard monitoring. And it's a relatively, and it saves the company, what's not showed here is the cost of reputation and the cost of social license, the loss of social license. And by investing in geohazard monitoring, you save that money and it pays back big time in most cases.
Can I
Sure.
mention something? So, the one thing thank you for providing this chart. I noticed the Yellowstone River, the vortex shedding. I distinctly remember that. So when we think of land movement, a lot of times we think of land movement onshore in the middle of like on hilly terrain or whatever, but we often forget that there is a real issue with pipelines at river crossings, creek crossings where you have erosion. And it's one of the most challenging for pipelines that are trenched in. Sometimes if you'll do a HDD, a horizontal directional drill, you don't have those issues. But for many of the pipelines in this country, they were installed post-World War II, right? So you have some older pipelines that were trenched in, and they're going to be subject to the erosion. So you have that type of land movement. And what happens with a pipeline that is crossing a river, right? So you have a pipeline, here's a riverbank, and here's a riverbank, and it's secure, but that riverbank goes apart, that pipeline can start to vibrate. And what happens is you get stress points on the pipe and it can fail. So operators constantly have to look for these type of issues. The other thing, when we were talking offshore folks, do we have any folks that have offshore facilities, especially in the Gulf? Okay. Can y'all testify that hurricanes do offshore land movement?
I can testify. I'm a loop within offshore. We have 48-inch line, 20-inch line in the Gulf of Mexico. And after hurricanes, we have to go out of town to do hazard analysis to see if we go out after hurricanes and validate that our pipelines are still in.
Challenges. It's not easy. And putting a sensor on those movements on offshore pipelines can be even more difficult than onshore. So
the last slide I put up here gives the docket numbers for the two advisory bulletins from 2019 and 2022. There's a third docket number up there, which is for a public informational meeting to be held in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
There's information in there about how to register for that. You can participate virtually. Linda, in 30 seconds, can you tell us what you're hoping to get out of that in terms of geohazard?
So that meeting is going to have a deeper dive into geohazards. So it's a 3-day meeting packed with a lot of technical topics. We need input, ideas, and thoughts. The world is changing, right? We have to adapt. Many of you have expertise that can contribute to our decisions as we move forward as a regulator. There may be things that we need to start looking for. There may be things that we're headed off in the wrong direction. So when we talk about land movement, that's a whole morning. I mean, it's like several hours. We're going to be talking about it in depth. Bring your input, bring your ideas. We'll have a means for you to provide feedback.
Great. We've got about 10 minutes to take questions. We've got mics, or at least one mic. He's coming.
Okay, only easy questions.
Okay, Travis Hallam, 3 Affiliated Tribes Pipeline Authority. It's Richard, right?
You're Rich.
Okay, I'm going to give you a free pass because you purchased the property afterwards. And both the pipelines I'm going to talk about are obsolete now. But I've said it before, I wish you were more assertive, because when I referenced the property that before Marathon owned it, but now you did, and now it's obsolete, it was weight bearing of soil, a 20-foot section at a pinch point in a volatile terrain right next to the water. I reported it. They chose not to address it. So then I reported it to PHMSA, and you said, as long as they're saying it's not an issue, we don't consider it an issue. They have to self-report. So then I partnered with the Corps of Engineers. We had dialogue. And since then, instead of being an adversary, they became an ally, to a point where another time they were building an isolation valve closer to that area. And I said, why are you building this? And they said, because you told us to build it. So it became kind of comical, but you don't have regulated distances between your isolation valves. So we wanted to narrow the volume, the spill volume, and we asked them if they could build something closer. So if that volatile terrain was to have a failure, you wouldn't have so many thousands of barrels coming. And they did that freely, you know, after I had that discussion with them. But this was stuff from me having that discussion, not being led by PHMSA. And that's where I said, I would appreciate it if your group was a little more assertive. And that's another way how we got from 1 million gallons spilled to 0 is by being assertive. And another group here, Cenex, has been really good about this and being proactive. So one of the things left out was tornadoes. We had an above ground gathering system attached to a bridge, and everybody thinks it's safe. And I had the dialogue with them long before I saw this occur. And I said, if a tornado comes through there, this pipeline's at risk. Let's put a downstream or upstream check valve so it can't backflow into Lake Sakakawea. They did that. A few years later, now twice, I've seen tornadoes impact that bridge where it's snapping light poles and other fixtures. And when I told them about it, they came through and inspected all the brackets to make sure that pipeline wasn't at threat. But they've been a really good proactive operator to the point where they've rerouted their line to make it safer, to avoid these river crossings and stuff. But some of these views, they're there. People just don't seem to want to see them. And as far as seeing that photo of running parallel to a creek, as a regulator, I'm thinking I would never approve that. We don't allow anything within 1,000 feet of the water because our saying is water is life. And there's other alternatives. And HDD boring, like you said, it wasn't available till 2008. No instance of that failure coming into a river. So it makes perfect sense if you're approving it or you're building it to take these extra steps and do it properly. So that's all I wanted to say on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Travis. Chuck?
Can I say thank you to him? Travis, thank you for being here. You know, throughout this meeting, I've heard Travis speak up on issues, and he brings real situations. It's not theoretical, it's real. And I want to thank you because not only are you telling us what we need to hear as regulators, as operators, as whomever, but you're also talking about how you resolved issues and how you persevered. And I think that's important. Sometimes we get tired in our pursuit of doing the right thing, and you didn't. So thank you for staying in there.
Chuck?
A question about, can you all hear me? Okay. A question about the geohazard programs in the companies with, I think a couple of y'all alluded to it, with the changes with climate change is one of the things that I worked for a watershed protection department in the city of Austin.
I kept trying not to make this creak, and it was
I
like-
heard it and then it stopped, so you were doing a good job.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thanks, Linda. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I rarely get the answers. You don't either. That's why I'm here. Oh, sorry.
5.
Probably don't need it.
Hello. Glad you made it.
Hey.
No, I don't care.
What did I miss?
5 holes, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We're going to get going as soon as we can if people want to find a seat. I'm going to have my questions up here. So anywhere you want. Pick your poison.
We'll see how many people come to this one. They're all catching airplanes.
The hardcore end of the conference people.
My ego doesn't really care.
Your group is so young. I just can't get over it. I'm old. Man, this is unbelievable.
That's good. You need new blood.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's good.
Maybe they're not young. Maybe you're old.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Oh. Yeah, you got to be careful because sounds like this. Okay, you'll turn them on. Okay.
Good. That's all. If we don't touch it, that stays green. We're good. All right. If you look this way, keep the mic between you and the people you're talking to.
Right. I was trying to.
Refer to the center and down. Right. So if you look at him, you talk to him, you might somewhere. You don't have to get real close. It can be several inches. Thank you.
All right, we're going to get started, folks. If you want to have a conversation, take it out the back. If not, find a seat. All right, you're the final hardcore crew that stick around to the bitter end. We love you folks.
Best for last.
When I got tasked with stepping in and facilitating a bunch of sessions kind of late in the ball game here, this was the one I feel the least comfortable on because I'm clearly the stupidest person up on the stage today when it comes to hydrogen. It's not something I've paid much attention to, so I hope you'll have good questions for the panel because I probably won't. And the panel has lots of experts, and I think between their discussion, we'll cover it. But, you know, certainly just from a lay person who hasn't paid much attention, you're hearing more and more about hydrogen. The bills that have passed, the Recovery Act bills and stuff, are pumping millions of dollars trying to encourage hydrogen. And you hear competition for hydrogen hubs around the country and all kinds of that. And I think the public sometimes is confused about, oh, okay, I don't have to worry about swapping out my methane-based furnace because they're going to pump hydrogen in my house instead now, and those types of things. So we've got a panel today made up of folks, and we're going to give them each a couple of minutes to introduce themselves and talk about why they're involved with hydrogen. I also just want to mention now, and probably mention it again, that the Pipeline Safety Trust just released a paper on hydrogen, trying to look at safety issues around hydrogen. It was written by certain people that I won't mention their names. They can mention it themselves if they want to, but if you've looked at it, and there is a link to it on our website, and on the back of your name tag, you have the magic little QR code that will take you right to it too. So why don't we just start at the end and take a couple minutes and tell us who you are and how you've been involved in hydrogen. There it should be.
All right. Okay. My name is Tianyi Sun. I am a climate scientist at the Environmental Defense Fund, and my research has been focusing on climate impacts of short-lived climate pollutants like methane, like hydrogen. And in the past year, I've also been leading our work in hydrogen leakage, measurement, and I can't believe that the doctor in front of my name survived all of the copy and pastings. Just for full disclosure, there's nothing special there. It's just like all of the PhDs and JDs have been more successful at hiding themselves. And I'm not going to be particularly helpful in a medical emergency. But thanks for the opportunity for being here.
Yeah, Max Kiba, PHMSA's Office of Pipeline Safety Program Development Division. I'm here because they like to give me the non-controversial, not too complicated projects. But a long-term engineer before my current role, but also looking at all the impacts of, yes, this has been in our regulations for a while, but certainly there's talks of expanding a lot. You probably heard from our deputy administrator, a lot of considerations on economics and certainly climate, but also we still have a safety mission. So we are interested in hearing about and understanding the perceptions that are out there of, what's the public interested in, or is this even on the radar? So those kind of aspects. So as I mentioned on some of the other panels yesterday, my division's kind of a blend of policy, data, technical, merging all together. And I also say I'm not the only SME or one of PHMSA's SMEs. We have a team of folks looking at it from a number of different angles, legal, technical, and things like that. So yeah.
Thank you, Mix. My name is Richard Kuprowitz. I'm president of Accufax. You guys can go on the internet and figure out what I do. I have I've just hit 50 years of experience in various aspects of pipeline, transportation, and refining. There's about 100 people in here, roughly, maybe a little more. Let me ask a question of all of you. How many of you have experienced a hydrogen release event in the room? How many can admit they have? Okay, I've experienced at least 10 in my career. All right. Probably the worst event was related to an air products and chemical industry release of liquid hydrogen out of a liquid sphere in an industrial center in Carson, California, about 40 plus years ago. At my age, they all kind of blend the decades. I'm not here to demonize APCI. They understand gas. They understand hydrogen. They know hydrogen explosions. To their credit, over 40 years ago, they installed a safety device inside that sphere. It didn't prevent the hydrogen release, but it reduced it substantially. It was amazing that it actually worked. It's amazing that it actually worked with liquid hydrogen. Mrs. Kuprowitz would have been a very rich widow because the explosion went off their site. It didn't injure me or kill me, but it got my attention. Fortunately, the one individual that operated the facility was inside the control room. He suffered some injuries. They had tremendous destruction, obviously, given the explosion forces of hydrogen. But to their credit, they were able to rebuild the facility fairly quickly. So I don't fear hydrogen, but it commands and demands much respect. That's about it for me.
Austin?
Hi, I'm Austin Hastings. I'm the Senior Director for Gas Strategy Execution and System Planning for Pacific Gas and Electric in California. Engineering by education and my background has been over 25 years, so about half of Richard's experience. But my background is project management, engineering, construction, operator qualifications, operations, emergency response, liquefied compressed natural gas, so kind of the full gambit. Within the utility space. And for about the past couple of years, I've been focusing on gas strategy and decarbonizing the gas system. And part of that decarbonizing effort is looking at hydrogen and potentially repurposing the natural gas system to start accepting hydrogen into the system.
Good morning, everyone. It's quite a pleasure to be here. It's actually my first time at the Pipeline Safety Trust annual meeting. First of all, I want to say it's just fantastic the breadth of audience you have here. I think on this important topic of safety, you need everyone's input. And so I really appreciate that. I was asked for some feedback earlier, and so I wanted to make sure that was provided. You guys do an excellent job doing that. I'm at TC Energy, and my role at TC Energy is energy transition. And I lead up a team that's looking at it from a technical, technology, and operations strategy perspective. And it's interesting, when you start talking energy transition, it's hard not to talk about hydrogen, ammonia, and all these fairly hazardous materials that Richard very well just spoke about. I mean, hydrogen is dangerous, right? And I think his report, is helpful to understand the implications of those hazards. Now, marry that with energy transition, you have an opportunity, but you have a challenge. And part of what my team is set up to do is say, how do we take on this challenge head on? How do we surround ourselves with the right people who understand the challenges of what we're trying to do here? Because the prize is that big for us, not just as a company, but as a society for energy transition, emissions reduction. So, with that said, what we're doing at TC Energy is ensuring we have the right type of energy problem solvers around us. We go to different conferences. In fact, I was just at the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories Conference last week on hydrogen safety. For those of you who may not know, hydrogen is used a ton in the nuclear industry. They've been doing it for decades. And there's a lot of learnings there for us to all learn from. And so part of what I hope to share with you folks today is part of this journey is learning from experiences like Richard just talked about, understanding it is a greenhouse gas like Tianan was just mentioning, but it is a great opportunity for us as we progress the energy transition to assess, understand, and if it's not safe, we shouldn't be doing that. So that's what I hope to have a conversation with you today about.
Great, thank you. Well, just for some kind of background, a couple of questions early on, maybe this first one to Max. Can you just describe a little bit, Max, about kind of what is the current state of hydrogen pipelines and the regulations? Are they different that address hydrogen pipelines?
Yeah, so current infrastructure, we have, at least as of last night, about 1,500, roughly 1,566 miles, total miles. So if you remember, that's in context of over 3 million miles we have out there. Roughly half interstate versus intrastate, maybe a little bit lean more into interstate. 19.7 miles HCAs in interstate, 74.7 miles HCAs in intrastate. Mostly currently in Texas, Louisiana, roughly 4 to 18 inches in diameter. I don't have information on pressures, things like that, but at least since 2010, we have had 5 incidents. Sub causes of 2 of those, at least one of them appeared to be hydrogen-induced cracking with welds. Another one appeared to be with some internal corrosion from water dropouts, so whether or not that was a function of the product or not. So again, we've had 5 incidents since 2010. That's about it for the infrastructure. And what we're seeing going forward is certainly, has been mentioned, a lot of talks about potential hydrogen hubs, things like that. So we'll probably see as part of that potentially more networks of interstate pipelines for sure. I know some, different regions are getting together with multiple states on where could these hydrogen hubs go or not go. So I think more people need to learn about it, particularly in areas where they might not even have hydrogen pipelines, and now it's being talked about. So hopefully it helps.
So are operators already mixing hydrogen in with natural gas, and do they have to tell you when they do that?
So I understand a lot of operators are exploring it for sure. One gap has been identified in the report, and I think our SMEs agree with, we do not collect how much percentages of blends that are out there. So they may be doing it, but it's, I should say they may be exploring it. Let's put it that way. They're looking into it. So right now we do collect information on hydrogen pipelines, but based on our annual report data, it's based on what's the predominant commodity. So you can assume if it's more than 50% hydrogen, it's a hydrogen pipeline. There have been studies out there which are kind of interesting. If you do go to blending and things like that, which, I acknowledge there were some concerns written in the report, what's the right amount? There have been some studies that say 5% is okay. There have been studies that have said, if it's just 1% hydrogen blending, you should consider it a hydrogen pipeline based on some of the potential concerns and risks, things like that. So, yep.
Great, thank you. Tianyi, maybe we can pick on you a little bit, just to even, for the public out here that are as ignorant as I am about hydrogen, tell us a little bit why we're even talking about hydrogen. How can hydrogen help us, deal with climate impacts? And then maybe discuss a little bit about potentially what does the hydrogen economy build out look like?
Sure. Well, as my colleagues have said, this is not a new molecule. We've been using this, and we use it about 10 million tons per year here in the US, and it's majority as a chemical feedstock in refining. It was a fun fact for me that we have been using hydrogen as rocket fuel for decades, and you all may already know. If you have heard of the rainbows of colors of hydrogen, and there's debate about how useful they are, a suite of criteria pollutants. 95 most talked about. One is to add on a carbon capture function to the steam methane reformers so that you capture the CO2 emissions, and that's called blue. And another one is you can use renewable energy, renewable electricity today, combusted for heat. And from what we hear today, in the department, to about 10 million tons in 2030, and then about 50, at scale, depending on how you would define at scale. And we're looking at using this in natural gas. You can use it in planes, aviation, shipping, places that are really produced in more carbon-intensive ways. So there's very itself is an indirect greenhouse gas. So whenever you release it, whether that's a benefit that we intend to achieve, critical, I think, to today's discussion is this molecule is very hard to move around. It's expensive to move it around. If you think about a compressed hydrogen gas in a truck, because it is, but that you need to keep it at minus 250 degrees Celsius, which is also a challenge by itself. even then it is not carrying the amount of energy. The cheapest mode, I should say, I think it being proposed is using pipelines. I think we all agree that do we build new, do we retrofitting natural gas infrastructure, or do we just blend in hydrogen?
All right. Well, let me pick on all of you a little bit. You know, want to talk a little bit about distribution operators. So are we looking at blending in distribution? Will that mean blending in transmission too? Are we talking about pure hydrogen in pipelines somewhere, or will it always be blended? And will that take new pipelines, or can you actually take a pipeline that's been used for 40 years for natural gas and just convert it for hydrogen? Anybody want to jump in that? You wrote the paper, Rick. Why don't you mention a few of those?
Well, from a use of a pipeline transportation system, it's easy to say that's going to be the most effective, cost effective. The problem is that form of transportation can put more tonnage into a neighborhood than any other form of transportation. All right. It's tonnage that can be the killer. And as a representative of the public from time to time, the public will not take it very well being on the receiving end of a research experiment that causes the neighborhood to disappear. And none of you really want that to happen as responsible pipeline operators. And so I just tell people, you know, hydrogen commands much respect. I'm not a big fan of putting it into distribution. There's been a lot of work done in the last 10 years in trying to tighten up the leakage issues on distribution systems. The deal breaker for me on you putting hydrogen or hydrogen blends into distribution was the weakest link is the stuff that PHMSA doesn't regulate. That's your in-house residential buildings. They're subject to a whole different set of regulations that has nothing to do with pipeline safety. And so it won't take much release in a confined area to really magnify the explosive forces of hydrogen. So my paper basically says no hydrogen blends in distribution. Now you're welcome to debate that, work on it, discuss it. But when you have an explosion and neighborhoods disappear, again, I'm not here to scare you. You're going to have a revolution, and they're not going to tolerate that very well. So the acceptance of the risk is not going to be well received by the public. And that's the kind of stuff that pipeline operators have to deal with. The transmission is a little different animal. You might be able to find some smaller diameter transmission systems, even 50 years old, that could be validated integrity-wise. I don't want to take that away from the industry. But it's going to be a whole set of conditions on existing pipelines that set a very high hurdle. It's not illegal to put hydrogen into a gas system now. The regulations do not prohibit you from doing that. But if something really bad happens, it just amazes me how quickly a company can go through $1 billion. All right. I used to think $1 billion was a lot of money. Don't take the risk. Think this one through. There are many people in this room as responsible operators who will need to evaluate this and then look at it.
All right, let me go to Austin just for a second, because it's interesting just reading news articles. It seems like there's two major distribution companies in California, yourself, PG&E, and SoCal Gas. And SoCal Gas seems to be going all in on hydrogen, and you seem to be a little more cautious about it. Can you kind of talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I want to make sure that we're kind of separating the two issues, right? There's the pipelines that are built and designed to carry 100% hydrogen. So SoCal Gas has announced their project to transport hydrogen 100% through a self-designed system. And then there's the other one where you're going to, like Richard was talking about, where you're going to be injecting hydrogen into a pipeline system, and there's going to be a blend. At PG&E, you know, we're very bullish on hydrogen, but it needs to be researched and developed, right? So I agree with Richard that there's a lot of unknowns about hydrogen, but I don't think we should summarily dismiss it. There are advantages to incorporating hydrogen into your natural gas system from a decarbonization perspective. It's not linear. So if you have 20% hydrogen blend, you actually only have a 7% CO2 reduction, but you are reducing your emissions when you burn that commodity. But I agree that there needs to be standalone systems. So on the distribution side, SoCal Gas already has a pilot program where they've built a small distribution system, and they're testing what it does to plastics, what it does to regulators, what it does to meters, what it does at the burner tip. But especially in California, it's really an energy storage question more than it is anything else. Because the concept to really make hydrogen work is that you have to take excess electricity that is carbon free. So hydro, wind, solar, even nuclear. In California, electricity, actually, they will pay you to take the electricity during certain times of the day and certain times of the year. So it's taking that excess electricity and making green hydrogen. And by the way, I hate the colors too. It should be more quantitative than the rainbow of colors. But you take that green hydrogen, which has been produced from carbon-free electricity, and then you either do daily or seasonal storage with it. So you make it during the day, and then you burn it in a power plant at night. When you burn it in the power plant at night, it has less CO2 emissions than pure natural gas. Or you store it in the spring and you consume it in the winter or fall. So to do that, you have to have your transmission system, right? The hydrogen that's going to be produced is going to be at the industrial scale, has to go into a high pressure, high capacity flow rate type system, and then be compressed and put into underground storage. But there are a number of unknowns when it comes to how these pipeline systems will operate and react to any kind of a hydrogen blend, whether it's 5, 10, 20, 50%. So at PG&E, we proposed a standalone gas transmission demonstration project. It's in a very rural area, but it's designed to, the concept is you would build what's called an underground bottle type holder. So you would take vintage and new pipe, and you would build this pipe, and then you would have compressors and regulators and meters and everything that you would find in a gas transmission system, and you have to test it. You have to test it at various blends. You have to test it at various pressures, and you have to test it for years, potentially decades, before we would even be willing to accept it into our gas transmission system. There's an analogy that I'll draw with a pipe called ADYL-A, ADYL-A. Some of you might be familiar with it. PG&E was very bullish on ADYL-A in the 70s and 80s. We put in thousands of miles of ADYL-A pipe, and we've had multiple failures from it because it turns brittle after about 10 years. And we've had explosions, and we've had injuries to the general public. And now we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year replacing that ADYL-A. We cannot repeat the same mistake when it comes to our gas transmission system, right? Those that don't learn from history are bound to repeat it. So we have to make sure that we get the proper testing in place, that we can assure ourselves that, yes, we can safely do it at 5% or 10% or whatever it is. And again, that's going to take years, if not decades. One of my concerns, and this is where a little bit different than SoCalGas, is that you have a lot of these environmental groups or state agencies, CEC, California Energy Commission, CARB, California Air Resources Board, that are really pushing on the CPUC, our Public Utilities Commission, that are talking about forcing injection standards onto the utilities within the next year or two at 5%. PG&E's position has been, no, we're not going to put any hydrogen into our pipeline until we can prove to ourselves that we can do it safely, that we can have a proper asset integrity management program. Only then will we incorporate hydrogen into our system.
Roland, as the energy transition technology person, you must think about this a lot, especially on transmission pipelines. What are some of the concerns you have about hydrogen and how it could affect pipelines?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think what's good out of this conversation is you're hearing the versatility of hydrogen. Now, the question is, you have a tool that's quite versatile to help reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Where do we apply our tool? And just because it's a good tool, should it be applied? And so, we had a number of customers come to us last year, and I think even the year before, to say, hey, we're either producing excess hydrogen, can we put it in your pipe for storage, like Austin was mentioning it here? Or, hey, we're trying to test out some of our equipment, end user industrial site, run it through a gas turbine for power generation, just a small amount. Could you help us because we tie right into your system? And when we looked at our system and said, look, where, from an integrity management perspective, what makes sense and how do you start? Because the biggest question for me is, how do you start? The above ground equipment is quite complex, and it's not necessarily complex from the breakdown of the equipment, but it's just the release of hydrogen you may have, and the fact that your staff might not be aware of what they're working around. Or we talked today a lot about emergency response. How do you get them aware of all that? So our focus on hydrogen, and if we're going to blend any type of hydrogen, certainly exactly like Austin said, we're going to do a lot of testing and due diligence before we introduce a single molecule of hydrogen to the pipe that's not already there. But secondly, we're going to focus just on where you can have a dedicated customer who's also evaluating it in the same manner, and you have best practices as to how you're going to manage it together. We're not going to run it through any above ground facilities. It's going to be strictly a pipe evaluation. And so that's what we're focusing on. But, just the added piece in all this is we're still trying to learn. And we're working with a lot of organizations internationally on what are they doing. Like in Europe, they're further ahead in the curve on putting hydrogen in their pipes or evaluating it. And they certainly have very different pipes than what we have here in North America. But the rationale for the decision making is very helpful. Like, how did you break down? So we've asked them some of these questions. And it's been very insightful to help us frame what will it take for us to be ready to start to do that.
Great. You read that there's been a handful of communities around the country that are trying to kind of ban the use of natural gas and pushing electrification in our homes. And then there's a variety of communities that are trying to ban the idea of banning natural gas. So welcome to U.S. politics. But I wonder if we could just talk about that a little bit compared to, blending hydrogen in a distribution system and using it in our homes versus just electrifying our homes and perhaps using the hydrogen to generate the electricity in a more local spot. What are the trade-offs versus trying to use it in our homes versus just going to electrification and not going down that path at all? Anybody want to?
Sure, I'll get kicked off with that one. So first of all, there's a huge cost to electrification. So it's about $25,000 per customer. So with PG&E, we have 4.6 million customers. It's about $115 billion. So if you include all the utilities in California, that's about a $300 billion cost to electrify. And electrify does not eliminate risk. We should know between the Camp Fire and the other wildfires that we've suffered and frankly caused over the past couple of years. Plus, you have to look at customer acceptance. We did a survey asking customers, would you be willing to electrify? And about 30% of them said, yes, we're willing to do that as long as it's cost neutral within 18 months, which is not. Because in California, where electricity is admittedly very high from the cost perspective, the cost of electricity is about 3.5 times natural gas. So it's going to cost consumers more if you electrify. Plus, people want to cook with gas, so they don't really care that much about their hot water heater or their dryer, but they're going to want their stovetop to be natural gas. And I'm electric only where I live, and I have a heat pump, and it is not very effective in trying to heat my home. It's very frustrating, and so people are going to want to continue to keep their natural gas furnaces as well. So there's a lot of questions that are there, but I think it's very problematic to just sweep across the board and say, yeah, we'll just electrify all the customers, and that's the best way to decarbonize the economy.
Anybody else?
I think I'll take that on, and I'll probably make a counter argument. From the energy transition climate benefit perspective, which is essentially what hydrogen is trying to do, the end goal, that electrification will definitely be better in terms of achieving, the climate goal. Let's think about, blue hydrogen, you produce with natural gas and then blend it in, which means you do reduce carbon dioxide emissions at the end when you burn the product, but you also increase the upstream methane emissions because now you have to lose some energy as your steam methane reforming. So then the upstream methane demand will increase, natural gas demand will increase, and that leads to more upstream emissions. If we're talking about we're blending green hydrogen, which is split with water and renewable electricity, when you have 1 kilowatt hour of renewable electricity, when after it's done with the hydrogen and the hydrogen is ready to deliver, you only have half of it left. So it's really a big issue of energy waste on that front. And, I know that it's definitely true that there is a cost in electrification. There's also a cost in blending in hydrogen or try to transition into 100% hydrogen. But I want to challenge them and say maybe the electrification cost would change as we're transitioning from what we're using today to a more clean energy system.
I can maybe add something to that. I think the point I really appreciate from what you said, Tianya, is that maybe the cost of electricity will change. And part of what as part of the energy transition, what we're seeing and what we're learning is it's a transition. And as a transition, you'll have certain energy modalities that serve you well for a decade. The next decade is something else, and the next decade is something else. That, to me, seems to be the reality of how the energy transition is playing out. So I'll give the example of our decarbonization plans at TC Energy. So we've committed to reducing carbon intensity 30% by 2030 and positioning ourselves for net zero by 2050. As we look to our 2030 target, all the technologies to get there are here today, and none of them include hydrogen. When we look beyond 2030, it's actually a big question mark. How are we going to actually get to net zero, and what tools are in the toolbox for that? We have compressor stations that are not connected to the grid today. So electrifying those compressor units with the grid means you have to build a grid. Building that grid isn't cheap, isn't easy, and in a lot of cases, it's impractical. There's opportunities where you can take hydrogen, run it through essentially a methane pyrolysis system, break down the carbon and the hydrogen, you get solid carbon, you get hydrogen, and then you could run it through your compressor station. Those are some of the things we're evaluating. That may not work out for a whole slew of reasons, but that's why we believe in you need all of the above solutions at the table. They all have a place, and they all have a place in time. I'll give the example of the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories again. They're looking at small modular nuclear reactors. I mean, that's blowing my mind away, but those are the types of things that may be there in 40 to 50 years. Hydrogen will help us bridge that gap in the interim, potentially, or not, but we do need to evaluate it. It's kind of what we're thinking and put everything on the table, because the challenge we have ahead of us when you really put your thinking hat around energy transition is it's vast, and the time we have is short. And so, it's what's framing our position around all the above need to be on the table, but you need to lead with safety to get it done.
If I could just continue on with that R&D thought, there's a lot of research and development that needs to occur. The one that I wanted to mention is what's called synthetic methane. So you make your green hydrogen, you combine your green hydrogen with a CO2 stream, you put it in what I call a magic box, and inside this magic box has sandstone and microbes that will then take the hydrogen and the CO2 and they'll spit out methane. So then you put that methane into your pipeline system. There's no integrity management concerns because it is methane. You consume the methane, you release the CO2, then you capture that CO2 and combine it with your green hydrogen. So your energy source is green hydrogen, but you never have the integrity management concerns of having to put that hydrogen into your pipeline system. So there's several companies that are doing that. Demonstration project is coming in Maine next year, which I find fascinating. And to me, that is the method that if we can make that on an industrial scale as well as economic, will solve a lot of these problems that we're faced with.
It seems, go ahead, Rick.
I was just going to add just an additional comment to build off of this. First of all, a lot of people in this room are fairly young. That's a good thing. All right. Us old guys have got to hand over the baton to the new groups. And we've left a hell of a mess for you, but you'll rise to the occasion. All right. The history that we're Americans. We'll solve problems. If we keep talking and working, we don't look for just a single solution. The big challenge, the industry has a lot of experience, especially in refining, on industrial hydrogen and its use. It's when you shift it into the public arena that the risk factors go way up exponentially. So there's a way for us to reach that. There's so many opportunities here. They're kind of getting in the way, especially when you start throwing a few billion as incentives. So I'm encouraged by what I'm hearing at this discussion. The purpose of the paper is to get people to think about this stuff and to start respecting it and not get surprised. But I think we can get there. So there's positive ways to deal with this.
Yeah, that kind of segues right into my question. When you read about hydrogen, there's lots of money, hundreds of millions of dollars being pushed out right now, pushing hydrogen hubs. You see communities competing with each other. So that's really pushing people to use hydrogen. How do we ensure that we're pursuing hydrogen projects that actually achieve greenhouse gas emission goals versus just spending money to create jobs? And it seems like the spending money part and all the research that's needed to do it right, how are those going to sync up so we aren't doing dumb hydrogen?
Transparency, a much overused word, but in America, it carries a lot of meaning, checks and balances. You'll get a lot of different opinions, but eventually they'll gravitate to common sense. That's my perspective. It doesn't always get there right away, but
I would use the word caution. And Richard, am I old or am I young?
You're young.
I'm young. Okay, I'm
It's all
52.
relative.
I'm 52 and I'm young.
Oh,
I guess
that's still young.
Yeah, you started in the industry when I was 2 years old. I would use the word caution because the DOE and the money that they've released for these hydrogen hubs, it's on the tune of $9 billion. And Bill Caram and I were at a hydrogen conference in DC in September. And I think I get invited to a hydrogen conference about weekly at this point. You guys probably do too. But it's a gold rush out there. And it is just a feeding frenzy of people and consultants and companies and utilities. And everybody is just chasing the money. And my concern is this frenzy is going to get ahead of itself. And there's going to be a catastrophic hydrogen incident because somebody got ahead of themselves. And that's going to, taint the entire industry.
Well said.
I really appreciate that comment as well. Give us some time. I know time is really limited commodity today, but it's a climate solution. I know we can't wait, but we can't get it wrong either. There's no missteps anymore. It's definitely an emergency situation. So give us time to do the research, to demonstrate, to collect data, to be transparent about what it is a good use for hydrogen, what it is not. And that really takes a lot of effort to figure out.
Yeah, environmental policy has to follow safety policy. You can't do it the other way around.
Are there examples of where we're kind of construction ready to use hydrogen at this point, where it makes sense to start using hydrogen at this point? Short new pipelines to industrial facilities versus the idea of blending, or is there more research needed for everything?
Not in my world. We're not ready anywhere.
And just, you're speaking distribution. I think.
No, transmission and distribution, both.
I mean, we have hydrogen pipelines today, right? So I think if you're doing industrial-based.
But I have natural gas pipelines.
Right.
So
I'm just thinking if you're moving hydrogen, like new hydrogen production hubs to a storage site, the storage is going to be a big challenge for them. Underground salt caverns, that's a meaningful project. It's maybe within state, right? And so I think we have to say those might be opportunities to help trigger certain key aspects of the hydrogen economy where it makes sense. But to your earlier question as to how do we ensure it's minimizing greenhouse gas emissions, that is a very important question. And the way we look at carbon intensity from creation of the hydrogen to end use is a very critical question that we need to get aligned on and use aligned metrics in how we assess that.
I'm out of my questions. Do you have any questions for each other? People read Rick's paper. Was there anything in there you want to disagree with?
And on the environmental side, we talked about the hydrogen release itself, but there's also some reports that when you burn a hydrogen natural gas mixture, you release NOx, which you don't when you burn natural gas. So that needs to be studied as well. And I read Richard's paper, and I think his conclusions were never in a natural gas system. And I think we need to do the R&D before we can come to those conclusions.
That's fair.
But I'm just young, Richard. So.
Questions from the public. We got some microphones. Linda up front here needs one, Glenn.
I always have a question. So this has been a fabulous panel, by the way. I love it. Very, very intrigued by everything that's said. My question has to do with the use of hydrogen overseas in Europe. I understand they are ahead. They've already used it. They already have systems in place. I'm not real familiar with what those extent are, but can anybody speak to experience from the European community?
Might be a subtle segue plug, but we do certainly interact with our colleagues UK, HSC, and they, I believe, or they're going to try to be, or there's might be discussions that are upcoming December workshop drilling more into our engineering and research division, communicating with them. So there is a lot of talks definitely with the UK folks for some of their experiences. Along the learning aspects too, given we still have a very limited R&D budget, but we at least have 6 projects coming out on the street now, already awarded. Everything from compatibility to decision trees to leak detection, which hasn't been talked about, but that's a whole other question too, and repurposing existing lines. So yeah, we are definitely engaging with some of the other folks.
And while you got the mic, Max, and maybe Linda, I guess Linda doesn't have it anymore, but I was just wondering if PHMSA is looking at anything new regulations needed for hydrogen. We see this coming at us, and yesterday we were talking about CO2 and people are saying we need a moratorium until we figure out all this stuff. Same could be said for hydrogen. If people are allowed to blend it at this point and people are saying it's not safe, how do we deal with that?
I think I saw Linda point at Alan, so I don't know if Alan wants to. Thank you, Linda.
Tristan's still in the back
No,
somewhere.
I think it's fair to say, where it's a potential, there's things we need to learn, but you also heard we have a long list of things in high priority, but I'll defer to Alan if he wants to say anything else.
Good question. We are taking a look at it. We're keeping a close eye, as evidenced by Mac's involvement. We have a crew that's working on it back in Washington, and across PHMSA. But we're looking at what we can do now. We have a lot of irons in the fire related to hydrogen. Research, in particular, as noted by this great panel, needs to be done. We need to know more. So as we look to the potential for hydrogen blends, or whatever's put in the pipeline. I mean, currently we have things like propane air put in pipelines, and we don't track the product that goes in, but we need to modify our requirements that address the threat. And that's why we're trying to get smarter through research. And then we're looking at what we can do now related to, say, emergency response, how you respond to an incident, that sort of thing, in anticipation of this. So we are taking a look at it. And we are looking to, see what we can put out in the short term.
Just a very quick note. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, right? If we move very quickly and we issue regulations or whatever, and we make modifications, and then we find out, whoops, we went the wrong direction, or we didn't incorporate everything we should, there's a sweet spot at which you have enough information, you are asking for time. So we currently regulate hydrogen lines, right? We regulate methane lines. So we're keeping an eye on it. We have safety authority if we see something that's not safe, we have the authority to move. But when you're talking about regulations, like Alan said, we have to do the research. We have to do it right. It's too hard to undo a mistake in a regulatory scheme.
And we don't know yet.
Okay. I wish you'd have gave me that seat up there so we could actually talk about pipeline safety instead of the use of hydrogen. So hydrogen, it's 423 degrees below zero for the boiling point. There was a lot of concerns with CO2. That's only 109. CO2 is hot compared to hydrogen. When I used to work with hydrogen, it could crystallize the oxygen in the air and burn you. So when you're talking pipeline safety, in my mind, I'm thinking, are you ready for this? If somebody has pure hydrogen, you got to make sure you got the right cryogenic gaskets that are compatible with 423 degrees below zero boiling point. I've seen nitrogen explode, storage rail cars, just from sitting there stagnant. So if you got a pipeline, I want to make sure that they're not down, leaving that in the pipeline. I want to make sure all these little things are being thought out, because while I'm supportive of it, other than the fact that it's killing my portfolio on stocks, it's got to be handled extremely differently. And I've seen first responders in Columbus, Ohio, when they had a tanker flip over, they blocked it off for miles, but they never looked at the thought that it's going straight up in the air. And people were right above it with cigarettes. This is 500 times lighter than air, so the expansion is crazy, but it goes vertical. So your first responders need to know exactly how to respond to this, and your regulators need to ensure that this is being handled correctly, because this is an extreme cryogenic, not something to be taken lightly.
All right, I guess it's me. Okay, name's Dante Swinton, Center for International Environmental Law. I'm in Baltimore. I'm a little concerned. I think that there is a little too much optimism around having hydrogen be at this end-all be-all solution to minimize our carbon footprint. For one, we still have the majority of hydrogen being produced by methane, which means you now have your upstream methane emissions, you have your emissions while you're trying to do the steam methane reforming process. That's a whole thing. You also have a situation in green hydrogen. You're putting a lot of energy into the electrolysis process that could have just been used as renewable energy for the system itself to power the grid. It doesn't really make any sense to me. Further, I appreciate that there's a greater level of R&D concerns, but you still have to think about the fact that hydrogen will end up embrittling a number of types of pipe. So how much research is being delivered to the level of pipe type that you need in order to make sure that there's no corrosion, that there would not be any sort of incident with that pipe rupturing. Like, there are so many pieces of this puzzle that are like decades and decades and decades of research that would be necessary to deal with that. When you already have the ability for renewables coming, the prices are far lower than they used to be. You have the prices of battery power diminishing. Like, why would we even commit the energy to something that isn't going to be safe for some time, that would be too expensive when it comes to the pipe that you would need to make sure that there would be any sort of hydrogen embrittlement? It's just seemingly just jumping ahead of the gun here, and we shouldn't be talking about any of this. We focus on the CO2 pipelines. There's barely enough regulation around those. So why are we now jumping to the hydrogen and having that as a concern? There's so many pieces to this puzzle, but I'll stop there.
So a couple things on that is, I think all options should be on the table, right? We're in an environmental crisis, so we should be looking at all opportunities to decarbonize our energy sources. In California, primarily, when we're talking about manufacturing hydrogen, it's with excess solar, excess wind, excess hydroelectricity. So when you have that overproduction of electricity is when then you manufacture your green hydrogen, and then where do you store that excess electricity? So we're talking about delivering electricity to the grid. We're talking about charging all the battery systems that we have, and they have their own environmental problems. And then whatever excess electricity we have, that is carbon free. We then make the hydrogen and we store it for either nighttime use or later in the year. But from an energy storage capability, there's nothing that beats a natural gas system. So PG&E's natural gas system is 14,000 times the energy storage capability as the largest battery system in our service territory. But I agree with you, there needs to be years and probably decades of R&D before we can even convince ourselves that we can do it safely.
Yeah, I mean, and that's an issue too. Like, the fact that hydrogen isn't especially energy dense doesn't tend to make much sense to me or anyone in this particular area that's concerned about the build of not only hydrogen pipelines, but CO2 pipelines as well.
And it's not going to solve all the problems. It's one lever we can pull.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question. It's like you're living in my head. This is how I talk to myself every day. For scale, in debating what should be the final percentage of energy demand that's supplied by hydrogen, I think currently the anticipation for 2050 is between 5% all the way to over 20%. Over 20% might be too crazy, but I think it's also worth debating, should it even be as big as 5%? So just give some numbers to that context.
And I agree, great comment. And you brought up hydrogen embrittlement. I think that's a known potential concern. I don't want to get too ahead of what our R&D might play out, but they are looking at existing infrastructure. I have even heard anecdotally some operators saying, okay, yeah, we kind of agree vintage is probably not the best place. They're even saying maybe the newer performing higher strength steels probably aren't the best either with the hydrogen embrittlement concern. So it's not necessarily always looking for the newest best that's out there, because there might be a sweet spot out there. I do want to give a plug, so I know some standard bodies are looking at a number of different angles. There is ASME B31.12 that's out there, not currently incorporated, but I know there's one out there. It has some pretty conservative numbers in there. So, and I also know API 1104 is looking at welding aspects. I think API 5L is looking at different pipeline aspects. So yeah, but I think it's a fair point that hydrogen embrittlement is a potential concern.
Anybody have a new question? I see Travis has a question. Anybody else before we give people a second chance? Over there.
I just heard you mention 31.12. So if you're building or you're looking at building new infrastructure, is it safe to say that reliance on 192 and 31.12 are the right path to build, design, and operate a hydrogen pipeline?
Yeah, I think it's too early to tell. And since it's not incorporated in regulations, we would have to go through the process of saying, is it reasonable to apply to our pipelines? I know it's a go-to out there. I know SMEs have looked at it, and there's some pretty conservative numbers out there on what they have for design and safety factors and things like that, which I anticipate our industry might have comments on that if we decide to put that across the board. But no, it's too early for us. We'd have to defer to our process to figure out that's the best approach. Yeah. But again, it is one data point out there. So again, it's potentially, if anyone's interested, something to look at if you're not already aware of what's in there. So.
Okay, to answer his question earlier, for our state in North Dakota, in the heart of the Bakken, we have a huge flaring issue with natural gas just being wasted. So hydrogen is the alternative for that wasted gas. That's why they're looking into it for using natural gas and changing it into hydrogen versus just pouring it into the atmosphere. So that's one of the reasons it's being done in our state. And that's all I wanted to add.
Can you hand it over to your right there, Travis?
This is something I don't know a lot about, and it's been very interesting to hear from everybody. But I do know this. I know that hydrogen is like the smallest atom that we know. And what worries me about using hydrogen and putting it into pipelines is that it's about the money. And unfortunately, corporations want to maximize their profit, and sometimes they will sacrifice safety when they do that. So we got to make sure that the regulations prohibit that from happening. There's going to be a lot of stranded infrastructure out there as natural gas is being turned off, and that is happening. I'm from West Virginia, and we deny that the coal's coming to an end, but people who really know that the uses of coal are going down. They're not going to come back, maybe peak from time to time. So we got to make sure that we design the system. If we're going to use hydrogen, what kind of hydrogen we're going to use, or we're going to put it in infrastructure just to maximize our profit at the risk of people. So I'm glad to hear this discussion, and another thing to keep you awake at night.
There's one way in the back.
I can just talk. Paul Wainert, e-consultant. A couple things you might check is Hawaii gas in Oahu has been injecting up to 15% hydrogen, synthetic natural gas, renewable natural gas. They've been doing it for quite a number of years, in the U.S. So that might be something to look at their experiences and stuff. Also, that there was mentioned about the UK. There is a study called High Deploy. It's HYDEPLOY. High Deploy out of the UK has done a lot of extensive blending experience. The other thing I don't know that everybody's looking at is the gas detection side. And I know I spoke yesterday, a lot of the current technologies see methane and not hydrogen. So you just need to make sure too, and first responders and other things, of what type of detection technology is out there. A lot of the older, somebody made a joke the other day, is let's go back in the museum and pull some of the older gas detection technology, a catalytic thermal conductivity, because that does see hydrogen, where some of the new laser-based tunable diode laser, some of the other things do not see hydrogen. So there's other things there to make sure you're using the right type of equipment. I also sit on the International Gas Union, the IGU, which is above the AGA, which is the World Gas. And we have a distribution committee there that has a whole subgroup on hydrogen. So there's a lot of hydrogen injection going on in Germany. There's Portugal, Spain, the UK. There's a lot of activity going on in that space. I mean, their big terminology now is let's repurpose pipelines for hydrogen. And they're talking 100% hydrogen. Again, I don't agree on a lot of all of it, but certainly a lot of discussion. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, good comment. Other ones out there, like I know DOE has their high blend intergroup that's looking out there. Leak detection, again, is a great example. We talked yesterday about the shift of approach from managing to fixing leaks, but leak detection equipment. But if you still rely on odorant, which is very popular in at least distribution, some transmission, there are questions on whether or not odorant is even effective, or does hydrogen do something to the odorant? So those things have come up too. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I just want to add that it's not only we need to know where it's leaking, but also how much we're putting it into the atmosphere. This is a very similar story with methane. Hydrogens, we don't want to repeat the story. So I want to note that the technology of detecting hydrogen, I appreciate Paul raising that, it's very far behind compared to what we have with methane today. And there's no commercially available instrument that can see hydrogen at parts per billion level within a few seconds. And that is crazy to me. We ought to be doing those better sensors and going to places that have been using hydrogen or injecting hydrogen to collect data and figure out how much exactly they're emitting.
We're at the end of our time. I don't see any more hands, but I want to give the whole panel a chance to, any last thoughts?
Yeah, sorry. I was just there's an interesting comment there where the pipeline conference, let's talk about pipeline safety of hydrogen. So just to give some color from some of the commentary I heard, there's the Pipeline Research Council has been around for a while. Maybe many of you know that. They stood up the Emerging Fuels Institute last year with the sole purpose of looking at what research initiatives are our priority in all these emerging areas. And for hydrogen, I have it written here, pipeline integrity and safety. So that's really about the material science, the embrittlement that you all hear about, plus more. Measurement and gas quality, so I heard that come up. That's a priority for them as well. Compression stations and field operations and just the equipment around that is a priority. Inspection and maintenance, are the current ILI tools good enough for a blend of hydrogen? What blend of hydrogen? What are they missing? What are they seeing, right? Then just even separation of the blended hydrogen or methane hydrogen just to get the hydrogen. So there's a lot of research going on. The Emerging Fuels Institute actually is a consortium of a number of operators, but it also has operators from Europe. So there's commentary around, are we learning from those folks? And that's what's been really interesting and good in this space is that a lot of folks are coming together. It's a very collaborative environment to learn fast because we have a time scale here. We're not going to learn and just move too fast. We want to learn fast. So doing that together is our opportunity here. And I think we'll be quite impressed with the amount of research that gets done in a short period of time. At least I think I will be. And it's an opportunity for us, but by no means are we, at least I can speak on behalf of TC Energy, going to embark on this space without having safety top of mind.
Any other final thoughts?
So the last one that I would have is I think we need to make sure that we include our labor workforce. So at PG&E, it's IBEW, and I've met with their leadership several times talking to them about gas strategy as well as hydrogen. A couple of months ago, I presented at the Inter-Union Gas Conference, which had all of the natural gas union leadership represented there. They're very interested in this, and they want to learn more about it. But it's very important for us as far as the demonstration and the R&D to make sure that we bring them along with us and we address their questions from a PPE, testing, proper maintenance so that they're comfortable in understanding what a natural gas hydrogen blend is well. So I just wanted to highlight that.
And I'll just mention, again, another plug for our public workshop in a couple weeks, our engineering and research team. And again, we're a team culture at PHMSA, so I do want to acknowledge Sentha White's our Director of Engineering and Research Division, Candy Bearcat, Supervisor of R&D, one of our SMEs, Vincent Hollahand. Linda said earlier, we're always interested in hearing more, so definitely if you're able to come to that, give us some input. We're always interested too, if folks are thinking about projects or things like that, reach out to us. Chances are we'll probably connect you with an SME just to talk about it, right? For at least at a SME level for sure. So I don't know if Travis has a finger up. But
Well, last thing is going to be on leak detection. Instead of focusing on the track, why not use thermal detection? You're going to have an endothermic reaction, some type of thermal detection above it with the soil stationary. You're immediately going to catch that 1% leak that you can't normally catch through regular detection. But some method of thermal detection above.
Last thoughts?
Well, hydrogen doesn't absorb any heat, so it has been interesting to try to detect it. I think the currently most promising way is to still converting it to water vapor and then try to catch that water vapor. But that doesn't deal with environmental humidity very well. I can go on about this, but reach out to EDF, reach out to us, to me, if you want to learn more. And we're also looking to measure emissions at demonstration projects. So my fellow panelists, if you're interested, reach out to us.
Trying to change slides, but it has died, which is good because we're at the end of the conference. So, I just wanted to help me thank this panel for all the good work you've done. And feel free to track them down as they try to sneak out the back door if you still have some questions. And I just wanted to thank everybody for coming to New Orleans, kind of still in the midst of COVID and trying to have these discussions. I hope everybody has safe travels wherever you're going back, and that we'll see you all again next year. Thank you very much. good panel.